Welcome to Societal Implications of Geroscience, a workshop. I'd like to introduce AARP's Executive Vice President and Chief Public Policy Officer, Deborah Whitman, who will be providing welcoming remarks. Deborah is an economist, expert on aging issues, and author of the recently released book, The Second 50, Answers the 7 Big Questions of Midlife and Beyond. Here at AARP, Deborah leads a team of experts in policy development, analysis, research, and global thought leadership to produce insights and solutions to help our communities, lawmakers, and the private sector to improve our lives as we age. Before joining AARP leadership team, Deborah led the U.S. Senate Special Committee on Aging to increase retirement security, lower health care costs, and protect vulnerable seniors. She worked for the Social Security Administration, the Congressional Research Service, and as a fellow in the U.S. Senate. She holds a PhD in economics from Syracuse University. And with that, I'd like to welcome Deb onto the stage.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. It's still a little early here, isn't it? All right, he left again. I want to start by thanking my good friend, Dr. Victor Zhao. Victor, you were fabulous. When we called you to talk about hosting this seminar, you instantly understood what we were trying to do. You understood that the values such as equity of access to geroscience must remain as important as the science itself, and that the foundational geroscience research must be inclusive so that everyone can benefit from its advances. You and your staff, especially Michelle Toplitz, have been terrific, and I want to thank you on behalf of the ART team. I also want to thank Terry Fulmer and the John A. Hartford Foundation for joining AARP and sponsoring this event. And I applaud the workshop planning committee for developing today's agenda and bringing together such thoughtful and dynamic speakers. Finally, I want to thank my AARP colleagues, especially Erwin Tan, who has helped shape AARP's work on this issue and bring this workshop together. I also want to thank Armajon Hamid, Michael Epstein, Stacey Alexander, Lena Walker, Dorothy Simon, and Lee Purvis from my team, as well as Evan Nielsen from the AARP events team. So I love my job here at AARP as the Chief Public Policy Officer. But you might not know that I also love to travel, to hike, to cook, and to read books. In fact, one of my main goals in life was to visit 50 countries by the time I turned 50. This is because I grew up in the middle of nowhere and I wanted to really see the world. And yet, when I turned 54, I had hit that milestone. When I turned 50, I hit 54 countries. So I've checked that life agenda off. And I'm trying to decide what's my next milestone. Should it be 100 countries by 100? Should it be to hike all of the national parks? Or both? What do you guys think? Both. I tell you this today because what I do in my second 50 may be impacted by the conversations that we're going to have at this workshop. The promise of geroscience is that we can live healthier for longer. And this has personal benefits. I may be able to hike those mountains for many more years, or maybe even keep up with my great-grandchildren. My grandchildren aren't born yet, but one day. There are also many potential benefits to society. Living healthier as we age can reduce healthcare costs and the need for long-term services and supports, requiring fewer resources dedicated to caring for us as we age. While some advocate that those healthier years should be used to extend our working lives, I'm personally looking forward to more travel, more hikes, and many, many more books. Because it has the potential to benefit so many of us as we age and to profoundly impact our healthcare system, my team and I at AARP have a keen interest in understanding both the promise and the potential pitfalls of geroscience. Because the promise is great. By shifting the emphasis from treating individual diseases to treating the underlying aging process itself, interventions that have the potential to prevent or delay the onset of many age-related chronic diseases. Rather than focusing only on increasing how long we live, geroscience aims to help us stay healthier as we age. And this is critical. Between 2000 and 2019, life expectancy in the United States rose by 2 years, but our health span only rose by 7 months and even began to decline. Reversing that trend so our health span grows as fast or even faster than our lifespan will have fundamental impact on aging as we know it. And that's why geroscience is now becoming a very hot topic. Media interest is growing, investments are enormous, and innovations are multiplying rapidly. The first human clinical trials are already taking place, and we could potentially see the first groundbreaking therapies within the next decade. That's why it's critical for us to look beyond the basic science to understand the social and ethical implications of geroscience. For example, we must ensure that any interventions help increase health and longevity, do not increase disparities. So this is the perfect time for funders, policymakers, and researchers to consider those potential implications and map out the best way forward. We need to do it now, while we have a chance to shape the field from its outset. So today, I am calling for us to start thinking about a set of principles to guide this research and interventions that come out of it. As you'll hear shortly from Dr. Linda Freed, several years ago, AARP joined with NAM to launch the Global Roadmap for Healthy Longevity, which started with a set of overarching principles. These principles elevate the importance of good health, functioning, meaning, purpose, and dignity. They also prioritize reductions in disparities and the importance of equity in mobilizing the human, financial, and social capital of older people for the benefit of all society. It's important that we approach geroscience with the same intentional emphasis on values and principles. The conversations that we have today and beyond can help ensure that important values are reflected in future geroscience interventions. So in keeping with AARP's mission to empower people to live well as they age, we have developed our own set of 6 principles to ensure that the promise of geroscience benefits all. And I'd like to, as we kick off today's session, share with you what those 6 principles are. Our first principle begins with the fundamental recognition that aging is a natural process. It's not a disease. As we transform from bench research into the initial stages of clinical trials, the public perception of geroscience is still forming. If we frame our discussion of the potential of geroscience as anti-aging, we will fuel ageism. Instead, we have to foster an understanding of geroscience as something that expands opportunities to maintain our independence, continue contributing to society, and enjoy meaningful interactions with our loved ones as we age, or continuing to hike in national parks. Our second principle clarifies that the primary intention of geroscience is to lengthen health span, the years of life a person is in good health, rather than just the number of years of life. Potential increases to lifespan are a welcome secondary gain, but we do not want a continuation of the trend where our lives are getting longer while the years we gain are spent in poor health. Our third principle addresses the profound question of health disparities. Who will have access to and benefit from the emerging medical innovations of geroscience? And how can we make sure that no one is left behind? Rapid advances of science often leave us vulnerable to unintended consequences and inequities. And that's why geroscience research must be designed with equity in mind, so that future interventions reduce rather than worsen existing health disparities. We must also integrate geroscience into the larger efforts to address the social determinants of health. To do this, we need clinical trials that are inclusive, ensuring that participation of people who have experienced accelerated ageism due to racism and poverty. Any scientific advancement must be designed for all. Our fourth principle is that the cost of geroscience interventions should be affordable so that the people who can most benefit are able to access them. These interventions should produce cost savings or at least a good cost-benefit proposition and improve the financial sustainability of the healthcare system. Let me just give an example of two drugs, the generic metformin and the new medication Ozempic. Both of these have been proposed as possible geroscience interventions. If metformin is used as a therapy for everyone enrolled in Medicare, the cost to the program could be a little over $2 billion a year, with an annual cost of about $33 per person. Ozempic, which is brand name, could cost Medicare up to $392 billion per year, an annual cost of nearly $6,000 per beneficiary. For comparison's sake, total Medicare spending on all Part D drugs was only $240 billion. So payments by individuals, taxpayers, and the government would have to more than double. And that's just the cost to the Medicare program. Given the potential benefits of geroscience intervention to so many people in our rapidly aging global populations, we must make sure that interventions are clinically meaningful, accessible to all communities, and affordable for everyone. Our fifth principle is that the approval process should be open and transparent. To this end, consumer voices, including caregivers and those we hope will benefit from geroscience interventions, must be elevated so that the needs and concerns of all populations are considered when determining whether these interventions are leading to clinically meaningful changes in people's lives. Our sixth and final principle emphasizes the achievements in geroscience must be fully integrated in and remain part of larger efforts to address the social determinants of health and longevity. We already know that diet, exercise, social engagement are ways to extend healthy longevity, and these should be promoted too. So I'm looking forward to our discussion, which will touch on all of these principles. Recognizing aging as a natural process, people who are older are not inherently diseased, a focus on increasing health span, not just lifespan, a reduction, not an increase in health and longevity disparities, affordability so that everyone can have access, transparency of approvals and engagement of stakeholders, and integrations with efforts to improve the social determinants of health. So these are not the only potential values and principles. In fact, last night at our speakers' dinner, we heard several others. I hope we will hear additional conversation about potential values and principles today in our discussion. But we need to ensure that the ecosystem that will bring these treatments to life, foundational scientific research, translational research, approval and payment decisions, and public information are built with clear goals in mind. I want to finish by again thanking my friend Victor and the entire NAM team, Erwin and the whole planning committee, and all of the speakers we have today. This is a critical time and a critical conversation. Geroscience has the potential to transform our health and reshape our healthcare systems. It may affect virtually every aspect of our life as we age. And all of you, both in this room and online, are building that future. You all have the power to influence the development of this field, and it's a huge responsibility. We live in a world of enormous inequality. But geroscience, if linked with a commitment to access for all, can be a major force in creating a healthier and more equitable world. Thank you.
Thank you, Deb. I'd like to introduce Victor Zhao, President of the U.S. National Academy of Medicine, and who serves as the Vice Chair of the U.S. National Research Council, who will be providing opening remarks. Victor is an internationally acclaimed leader and physician scientist. He's the Chancellor Emeritus and James B. Duke Distinguished Professor at Duke University and the past CEO of the Duke Health System. Prior to this, he was the Chair of Medicine at Harvard and Stanford Universities. His research laid the foundation for the development of a class of life-saving drugs known as ACE inhibitors. Victor serves as the inaugural president of NAM, where he leads a strategy of innovation, action, and equity. Under his tenure, The NAM has launched an important initiatives, including the Global Health Risk Framework, the Human Genome Editing Initiative, the Grand Challenge in Climate Change, and the Health and the Committee for Engineering, Emerging Sciences, Technology, and Innovation in Health and Medicine. The launch of NAM's Healthy Longevity Global Grand Challenge represents Victor's vision of inspiring across disciplines and sectors to coalesce around a shared priority and audacious goal to advance health. The Grand Challenge, consisting of the roadmap for healthy longevity and the global competition, has made important impacts in the field of healthy longevity. So welcome, Dr. Victor Zhao.
Thank you, Erwin, and good morning. Come on, you can do better. Good morning. There's energy. Well, how do I begin? It's really exciting day. This topic is so important. And I want to begin by thanking my friend Deborah. We've been partners in crime in many different areas. And so when Deborah and Erwin called, it's a no-brainer, particularly not only because our long relationship is a topic that I care a lot about. I'm also Deborah's agent, by the way. So make sure that you go out there, take a look at that book. She'll sit out there and sign autograph for all of you. Now, Deborah, the second 50. I'm in my second 50. I'm actually halfway already. So let's talk about the third 50 then. I'll follow you everywhere. That 100 countries and all the national parks. Terrific. So I do want to thank ALP, Deborah, Erwin, the Hartford Foundation, who sponsored this meeting, and of course ALP for hosting this. Luigi, where are you? There he is. I want to thank Luigi Ferici. He's the scientific director at the U.S. Institute of Aging. He chaired the workshop planning committee. And I think in looking at how this program's come together, brilliant. Thank you. And of course, your planning committee and everybody else. So when you think about what it takes to put meeting together, obviously we have to thank Erwin and the team and my staff, particularly Michelle Topless. Where are you, Michelle? There you go. As well as Hilia Samani and Miranda Ta. Great group of people. Okay, so I think, why do we care so much about this topic? Aside from we can all tell personal stories, and also from a health philosophical point of view, this is so important. I would say that for NAM, when I took over as the president of then Institute of Medicine, I actually started challenging people to say, let's think about the Grand Challenge. What are the big issues that we need to face as an academy that can bring together public-private activities, partnership, collaboration? And believe it or not, aging came up as number 2. Number 1 is equity. So we decided then, and this is now a good 7-8 years ago, to launch a Health Longevity Grand Challenge. Now, as you heard from Deborah and others, we choose the word very carefully because it's healthy longevity, not aging or even healthy aging. So the Grand Challenge that we put together was designed to catalyze a movement then, about 8 plus almost 10 years ago, to really look at how we can extend human health span, particularly as people advance in age, and how to do that by advancing research, innovation, entrepreneurism, policy, and many others. And one of the key components, and very early when we launched the Grand Challenge, is a global competition. Because back then, we observed that really there wasn't that much interest in aging research. I usually tell the story. If I go on the Duke campus or Stanford campus, and I catch a young person in biomedical research, I say, what do you work on? I work on cancer. I work on the brain, work on cardiovascular. Rarely does anybody say, I work on aging. So we figure there's got to be a way to stimulate more people in this field, and how do we get them together? So then my vice chair was Tachi Yamada. Many of you may know him, the late Tachi Yamada, who was then the head of the Global Health and Gates Foundation. He had this idea at Gates that he created a grand challenge in global competition, provided $10,000, $20,000 to any scientist, globally researcher with a bold idea. One-page application, judging how bold it is without asking, is it feasible? What's your preliminary data? Sorry, NIA, you still face this kind of review. And it was very successful. He brought this idea along with Bob Horowitz, Nobel laureate, to us, and we launched this. And we had, I say, Michelle, 14, 15 global partners from Japan, China, UK, EU, Canada, Chile, of course, NIA and others. And we launched this. So, we've now been doing this for about 6 years, and we have put out about $30 million. Our usual application about 1,500 per year. We fund about 10%, US and elsewhere. Now, I tell this story because when you look at what's today, with so much excitement in geoscience, it was barren ground in those days. But I'm really so excited to say, gratifying, to see the field of geoscience flourish. Now we have the X Prize, we have Altos, we have Evolution. People are realizing this is a really important area. And we're going to talk a lot about what that means when innovation is coming in, entrepreneurism, and Deborah's absolutely right. We want to make sure that these advances, breakthroughs, is going to be available to everyone. Equity, ethics, you name it. So I think that geoscience is at extraordinary pace advancing, and I think her 6 principles are so important. Now, the second reason we're so interested in this area, aside from the fact we really see aging as a grand challenge, is this whole field. So I wrote a paper in 2018 in Science Translational Medicine. Title is Health and Societal Implications of Medical Technological Advances. Because even back then, as you begin to see genome editing coming in, gene therapy, all the stuff going on, we begin to worry that so many of these things which are transformative carry along with them a lot of societal implications. And so in 2020, we launched the NAM strategic plan for 5 years, and now we are in the second strategic plan. And one of our goals is to highlight this issue, emerging science technology and societal implication. So in this regard, we kicked off a committee of emerging science technology innovation, CST, and we had experts in medicine, molecular science, engineering, regulatory science, bioethics, law policy. People like Scott Gottlieb and Jennifer Doudna and many others joining to talk about how we can begin to put our arms around this amazing movement of technology and yet governance and addressing ethical issues are falling way behind. So we did develop 6 principles, not 6 principles, but the following principles: justice and equity, autonomy, fairness, and collective and individual good. Very much along what Deborah is saying, she obviously has taken that more in a practical sense. So the key issue here, there are also sub-principles: innovation, sustainability, transparency, and others. The key issue is that new, effective technology and treatments should be accessible, affordable, ethical, and equitable to everyone, designed to promote individual well-being and the population well-being. As a follow-up, we did a report, consensus study in 2023, led by Keith Wailu and Keith Yamamoto, and it was called Toward Equitable Innovation in Health and Medicine, a Framework. And so the whole idea is to say, if we were going to think of these technology, we need to embed a culture of equity, of ethics in our research, innovation, before it even comes to market. The idea would be that if we have, and I think there's going to be people in this room, and that's why I think this is such a great partnership, because I think likely the research being done now is emerging to say, you know what, partial reprogramming can turn an old cell to reset the clock. We want now to say, what does that mean? Versus when it gets to the market, then we're going to start chasing about how to do this. So that's the whole idea in this. And we're launching, I told Erwin and Deborah, and in December, late December this year, a new collaborative to bring people together to start looking at how do we look at tech assessment early, and how do we create a culture of equity and innovation. So now you can see why this topic is so important. And so when I talked to Erwin and Deborah last night, they say we want to make sure it's not only a one-off. We want to keep going from this. I say you're on, because I think clearly taking Geroscience as a case study, applying some of the things we're going to think about would be so important for both the field, but also for the overarching issue of emerging science and technology. Okay, so today, it's going to be a great program. And I'm going to be with you all morning. I do have some calls in the afternoon and come back again. But I want to just highlight the meeting itself. First, we have Linda Fried. Linda, where are you? There she is. Linda co-chaired the Global Health Roadmap for Health Longevity, and she'll lead the discussion on the integration of Geroscience and public health. Then we have Eileen Geronimus. Eileen, I've known about her work for quite a while, but she's going to talk about how these scientific advances may address or exacerbate health disparities. Exactly the point we've been saying. Third, of course, is Michelle Evans from US NIA. She'll be leading a third session on democratization of Geroscience. And then Becca Levy from Yale will lead a conversation on how extension of health span may challenge the negative impact of stigmatization and stereotypes on health. And last but not least, the director of Medicare, Meena Shashimani, will be here to bring her experience to guide a conversation on how meaningful metrics and also areas from perspective both from consumers and healthcare systems. Boy, what a lineup. And I've only mentioned the moderators, and we have just great discussions and speakers. So I look very much forward to this day, and I think we're going to learn so much from it. And hopefully, after the day, I'm going to learn more about the second 50 or maybe third 50. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Victor. We're going to dive right into our first panel, which is Geroscience in the context of healthy longevity. And with that, I would like to welcome the moderator, Linda Fried, Dean of the Mailman School of Public Health, Columbia University, co-chair of the Global Roadmap for Healthy Longevity, and someone who I had the pleasure of working with when I was at Johns Hopkins when she led the Center for Aging and Health. Linda, thank you very much.
Thank you, Erwin, and it's a pleasure to be here with this fabulous group of participants as well as such a knowledgeable audience. So thank you. I was charged with opening what I think will be a very exciting panel with two speakers. And just to start with a little framework and thinking about the societal implications of geroscience, I'm going to start where Victor Zhao started for a moment, which is pre-geroscience, to think about societal implications. Here's the history of humanity in one figure. From the beginning of human life on the bottom left, up until about 1860, you can see human life expectancy at birth was 24 years. Human beings could expect to live on average 24 years. Then, in 1860s, with changes in industrialization, in living standards, and then investments in our environments and how they affect health, and more recently in medical care, what you can see is this rapid escalation in human life expectancy. which has exceeded now 65 years, well exceeded 65 years globally. This is astounding, and I want to make the point that we have created longevity. This is a creation of human society based on our investments in our collective lives and well-being. And in fact, analyses show that the great success of this life expectancy is a product. We've added 30 years to human lives in terms of life expectancy at birth. And analyses in high-income countries say that 25 years of that 30 came from our advances in public health, in how we create healthier populations and invest in the conditions in which everyone can be healthy, and our collective investments in environmental improvements aligned with that, education and poverty alleviation. And 5 years of those 30 are due to more recent improvements in medical care. So the global challenge now that we've achieved because of our investments, longer lives, is whether we're going to be living them with health or without health. And in fact, the data at the moment are not inspiring. What would it mean if we lived with health, which is the opposite of what's happening as people are living with more and more ill health for more years, both in the United States and around the world? That means living with the health outcomes of concern as we get older: chronic diseases, frailty, falls, disability, threats to mental health, and loneliness, and then the changes of aging itself. Now, these outcomes, which we'll hear more about later, are all mostly interconnected, and as we're learning, potentially with shared drivers, shared causative agents. Is there an alternative to these outcomes? Is it possible to think about living what Dr. Zhao and Dr. Whitman spoke to, living these long lives with health? Now, the Global Roadmap for Healthy Longevity, which we have copies of, I didn't bring them outside, which Victor referred to, worked quite hard over several years to offer a definition of what we're talking about. That healthy longevity, the opportunity to live all of our long lives with health, would be the state in which years in good health approach the biological lifespan, with physical, cognitive, and social functioning, enabling well-being across populations. Now, it's well and good to assert that optimistic definition, but then the question is, do we care? We'll talk a lot, we'll hear a lot later about our societal perceptions about aging, which I tend to think encompass very ageist frameworks of the 6 Ds: disease, disability, death, decrepitude, disability, and dementia. Those 6 Ds are what we're talking about in terms of a future of healthy longevity. Do we want that? Would we value that? And I think it's important to look at a different science to try and reach those answers. Most people who want longer lives want them conditional on whether they're healthy, if they got to get wishes. For families, there's a lot of benefit and upsides to having multiple generations and intergenerational supports. But is there more beyond that, which we haven't explored? And new science is suggesting that actually, contrary to mythology, people develop huge capabilities and assets as we get older. The product of maturity, learning, the ability to accrue knowledge. We see that people develop immense expertise and life experience, which combine into higher order cognitive skills as people mature. The ability to actually solve complex problems after a lifetime of experience doing it. And if one believes those highly complex, challenging problems matter, a question perhaps of values, then people who, as they get older, are willing to hang in there, to use their advanced cognitive skills to break down those problems into actionable parts and figure out how to get them solved, and hang in there with the pressure of time being short to get them done. These capabilities, along with the accrual with aging in many people, not everyone, but many people, of more emotional regulation and stability, more advanced social decision-making, more capability to tolerate grace and ambiguity and honor both sides of a dispute, more capabilities in solving conflict. All of these things perhaps add up on a value base that people accrue as they get older to what we call wisdom. These are exceptional capabilities we've never seen before, and they're complemented by two proclivities. One is that people become more generous as they get older, more pro-social to others, more likely to bring a cup of sugar to a new neighbor, more likely to help out, and they become what Eric and Joan Erickson called generative, that it becomes really important to know that your time on this earth mattered and that you've left a legacy that will live beyond you, whether it's for your family, for your community, for society. This is a combination of assets that the world has never had the opportunity to have before. How we enable them could be transformational for the future of society. And the first question on enabling them is health. And I would argue that health and health span, increasing health span so that people are living with healthy longevity, is essential to experiencing the benefits of an aging society. You could think about it as the key in the lock. Will we be able to make health span equal life expectancy? Well, that's the health agenda, I believe, for the 21st century, as almost every country in the world is now experiencing this increased life expectancy. If we have the keys in hand, could we create and cut those keys? If we don't, what are the costs of inaction? Well, they're very high, as Dr. Whitman said. More people living with more ill health for longer years, which is what we're seeing now. A GDP that's lower than it would be with better health and full inclusion of older people. Increased fiscal burdens on government, increased fiscal burdens on individuals and families, and lost opportunities for people of all ages. And lost opportunity for societal flourishing because of longevity. So today we turn to the question of geroscience. The goal, of course, as you've already heard, is to use basic knowledge that is emerging on the biology of aging as a basis for new capabilities to extend health span.
So Luigi Ferrucci, I am the scientific director of the National Institute of Aging. I am today a very happy person because we're talking about something that I'm very passionate about with people that are very passionate of the same thing that I'm passionate about. So understanding aging has been really the main theme of my life. I wanted to work on aging when I was 15 years old. Somebody told me that the aging of the population would have been something that will completely change the world in every aspect, and is happening. And I'm really glad that I made that choice at that time. I'm still enthusiastic about it. So what I'm going to talk to you today is try to put what Felipe told you about in the context of our society, understanding, what is, I think, that premise and dream about implementing intervention that change the pace of aging through that affect the biology of aging can mean in terms of at the societal level. What are the potential benefits? What are the potential risks? I think that I should be able to do it. And I'm going to skip this to just go directly on what I think is the matter. So imagine that one real person. This one for that I show you is a participant of the Baltimore longitudinal study of aging. This person had a very long life. At the beginning, everything was good. They had no disease, no disability, was enjoying everything that life has to offer to him. And then at some point, developed first disease, osteoarthritis. This is one of the first diseases that people, especially women, tend to develop. And then after the first disease, the second one come in, the third one come in. And I think that multimorbidity is what is really affecting the pathology in the new environment where we're living. I think that the number of people with only one disease is declining faster and faster, and there are demographic and epidemiological reasons for that, which I'll not discuss today. So imagine another person that is luckier, that has a longer health expectancy, and then the same disease will accumulate one after the other. And then there's another one that is less lucky, that will have a short health expectancy, and then the same disease will accumulate. The real problem here is that what we do is only after the first disease occurred. 98.3% of the healthcare costs in America is used for people who was affected by disease. And only 17% is dedicated to try to expand health expectancy. So we shouldn't be very surprised that, as Deborah said this morning, health expectancy is not taking the pace, with life expectancy. Life expectancy is improving, but health expectancy is not, because we do very little about it. We make people that are living with disease, prolonging their life. It's good, we reduce their symptoms, we improve their quality of life, but we do very little for the people that are trying not to get there. And so how do we do that? Well, one possibility is to realize that while our society is based on diagnosis of disease, pathology is accumulating in our body much before those diseases become clinically evident. I go to the doctor every year to a checkup, and I ask him to tell me how I'm doing. And he kind of pretends to listen to my heart, to my lungs, and then I have these tests that are all good and say, you're doing very, very well. And I get mad because I know that there is something happening in my body, and I don't know what it is, and I don't know what to do about it. And I think I want to know. So let's try to change this perspective and thinking that in fact, that accumulation pathology, as Felipe suggested, is the pace of aging. The biology of aging is leading to accumulation of damage, and this damage eventually will extrinsicate as disease. But that means that if we recognize who are the people before they develop disease that are accumulating this damage, we may be able to intervene on that. And that is the model that is in mind. This slide really informed everything you do in my research. So to me, the pace of aging is a constant battle between damage accumulation, the second principle of thermodynamic, that is entropy, everything evolved through confusion, and then a number of beautifully selected compensatory mechanisms that avoid or repair that damage. We know what they are, and they've been called the hallmarks of aging. I hate that definition. I think they are the hallmarks of life. Those mechanisms allow life to occur and maintain us healthy, and when we lose them, aging is the product of it. Now, the issue is that, as with life, we know that those mechanisms become less and less efficient. And so that the damage accumulation, the macromolecular at the organelle cell, and then the organism level surface, and then at some point people become frail. And with, I think that Linda definition is probably the best operational definition of frailty that is there. But my mental definition of frailty, when people are even unable to cope with the stress of living a normal life. Now, one thing that is important here is that those aging does not occur in a vacuum. I think aging has a potential at birth that is in our genome. And on that potential, there are many, many things, environmental and behavioral, occurring that change those trajectories. So if you're lucky and you have a good environment and you have clean water and something place where you can protect yourself from the cold and from the heat, probably your decline in the accumulation of damage occur at a slower pace. And that will be later on paid off by a better trajectory of aging. But if you are discriminated, if you're poor, if your nutrition is only made of super processed food, at some point you will use your resiliency in order to cope with this accumulation of damage, and you will not have later on. And we don't have that culture. Nobody thinks that what they do at the age of 20 is going to affect how they're going to age. And unless we put that in our cultural background, it's not going to change, because that's where we can make some of the impact on public health. So this is what I finish with. So imagine that you have a range. I put there a table, a matrix of stressor, of things that can be really good and really bad. I think that if you're not eating at this malnourished, then of course it's bad for you, and that lead to accumulation of damage. If you eat a normal diet that is a balanced diet, you are in the ideal condition where aging can express itself at the best condition. But if you're overeating or eating, binging, I think that's going to also be bad. So there are a number of conditions there that can be bad and good. So what happens if you're doing everything well? I put in green, doing things well. I think that what you do is that you have what in science is called hormesis effect. The exercise, the Mediterranean diet, are challenging your body and supporting the emergence and the support of those compensatory mechanisms. And those resilience they accumulate through the hormetic equilibrium, you're going to affect the pace of aging, because you have more weapons to contrast the accumulation of damage. And then if you do that, if your pace of aging is lower, you will have less chronic disease, disability, and mortality. At the same time, if you do everything bad, you're going to have to cope with those damage early in life. And so your battery of reserve capacity will never be recharged, but you will use it early and you will not have late in time. So intervening in the population level through environmental and behavioral changes will maximize resilience. And the maximization of resilience will really lead to a better aging process. So I think that why I'm fascinated by the biology of aging, and I do a lot of research that is molecular, I'm even more fascinated by the potential that the idea of modulating aging through environmental intervention in terms of population health can really result, in the future. Thank you for your attention.
So thank you, Luigi. Thank you, Felipe. I will try to actually build on what you both said and pull this into a prevention framework. And I know that Nir Barzilai, who just arrived, was originally on this panel, but luckily we'll get to hear from him later, is my understanding. So, thinking about the societal implications of geroscience, let's see if I can advance the slide. No. Oh, okay. What you have heard thus far is that the underlying processes, perhaps of health, perhaps of biology, perhaps of resilience, perhaps of vitality, which when they deteriorate, emerge in what we associate with the process of aging, understanding that could transform our understanding of the opportunity for prevention. And that is our hope, and propel the ability to rebalance our societal approach to invest in the 21st century in keeping people healthy, the way in the 20th century we invested in what resulted in living longer. So I'd like to talk about how we think about the outcomes of geroscience research, assuming I can, let's see, how to put the outcomes of geroscience, including treatments for prevention, into a prevention package, and how to make these matter the most. Well, what do we know? We already know a lot about how to create health across longer lives, and it's important to recognize that we're not starting at zero. Very important. For example, we know, as Dr. Ferrucci already said, that healthy behaviors across the life course, but here in one study measured starting at age 50, the physical activity, nutrition, not smoking, little alcohol use, and not being overweight, people who have those health behaviors and status at age 50 have 8 to 11 years more healthy life expectancy with prevention of chronic diseases than people who do not have those healthy behaviors and health status. That is an astounding starting point for ability to extend the human health span. And we know, and I'll say very briefly, as we said before, that there is a whole spectrum of exposures, what we now call the exposome, that across the life course sets the stage for the opportunity for health. Not just the things we do ourselves, like health behaviors, or whether we are obese or not, but what we inhale, like air pollution, what we ingest, like non-nutritious food, how we build our world in terms of the built environment, and whether we design a society with opportunities for us to be connected to each other. What are our norms? Are the norms overeating? What are the structures of society that create the basic foundation for whether people can be healthy or not? Poverty, inadequate education, food insecurity, affordable housing. We now know that those are the conditions for health that set the stage on which now geroscience is the new entrant. If you look across regions and countries, we can see, looking here at a measure of memory, that countries at the top, which happen to be Northern Europe and the USA, memory is actually, you can't see it, memory at every age is better than in countries with lower access to all of the conditions I just described. Countries that actually offer to their population more education, more security, more affordable housing, less air pollution, et cetera, actually, people have higher cognitive function at age 50. It declines less than countries that didn't set the stage for those capabilities. And even at age 85, cognitive function in the high-income countries that have invested in the conditions for cognition and health have even at age 85, higher cognition than countries which have not been able to make those investments at age 50. So these are stunning data about what the investments we make as a society mean to set the stage for the opportunity for health span and healthy longevity. And as was said before, we now know that health is malleable into the oldest ages. That was an argument when I was in training. It's now a fact after a few decades of science. And we know that prevention works and matters at every age and into the oldest ages. That used to be an argument. Now it's a fact. We know that prevention of disease and disability are possible at the oldest ages. Not inevitable, but possible. And we know that the things I've already talked about, like physical activity and nutrition, healthy environments, social connection, they all matter at every age. They're not for one age. So this requires taking the approach that Dr. Ferrucci spoke to of a life course investment in health promotion, which individuals can do some of, but many of it we have to do together, or the individual cannot be successful. This life course means how do we reset the stage for investing at every age and stage of life, not in just how well people are doing right then, but giving them health futures at every age and stage of life for health later. And even at the oldest stages, at 65, in the US, people have a life expectancy of 17 years for men and 20 years for women right now, but a healthy life expectancy of less than half of that. How do we think about extending prevention, building on a life course so that people arrive at old age healthy, and extending prevention into the oldest stages? That will be critical. So we now know that health span, it's possible to live long lives with health. We didn't used to know that, but the evidence is now emerging because of what I would call natural experiments that the US and other countries have done, where the people who have been better resourced across their life course, the people who have been the beneficiaries of health-producing environments, the people who have not been living in poverty, who've had more education, are demonstrating right now, that subset of the population, that it is possible to have a health span approximately equal to the length of our extended lifespan. But not everyone is experiencing it. In fact, most people are not. And so we need to move to saying, what is the evidence about the universe of interventions that we need to invest in to change the story here, and where would geroscience fit in? Thus far, a lot of the discussion about the opportunity for geroscience is focused on the opportunity for treatment of individuals with therapeutics, treatment as prevention, or promotion of health and prevention of disease. But in fact, on this slide, I have listed many other interventions that we either know work or have optimism could make a difference, and no one of them is likely to be sufficient. Interventions for the individual, interventions we need to assure at the community level. Like, it's very fine for me as a clinician to write a prescription for somebody to eat a healthy diet. But if there's no store in their neighborhood that sells that food, or they can't afford it, that prescription doesn't really matter. So there are collective actions that enable the individual to be successful. And then we need to think about the population-wide structural changes, which in general have a very high return on investment, that we make together. Lowering air pollution, assuring affordable housing, the basic foundation of health. Now, Tom Frieden, who was the director of the Centers for Disease Control, made the point that prevention works in 5 tiers. I just summarized what they are, and I'm not going to go through them again. But the more population-based the intervention is, the more impact it's likely to have with the highest return on investment, even 25 or 30-fold return on investment for the interventions at the bottom of this tier, most of which need to be led by public health. A public health reinvested in to create healthy longevity. What is public health? On the action side, is the actions we must take collectively to assure people's opportunity for health, everyone's opportunity for health. The evidence is that 70%, as Dr. Ferrucci was saying, of a population's health comes from those population-wide preventive and health-promoting interventions. And I would like to end by saying that I believe that geroscience interventions could propel the opportunity to increase health span, but they have to be supported by the other investments that we make across the life course to prevent ill health in a way that brings the floor of the opportunity up for everyone and makes sure that everybody is the beneficiary. If we don't do that, first of all, we are at risk of delivering clinical interventions only at the top of the pyramid to the people who already are, because of how well-resourced they are the beneficiaries of the environments that create health. It's likely to be insufficient because you need the spectrum of investments that I just described, which add up to the opportunity to make Americans healthy into the oldest years. It's likely to be, as Dr. Ferrucci said, too little, too late if you wait until people are already sick. And it's likely to not just perpetuate, but to widen disparities in the opportunities for health if we just deliver clinical patient-focused interventions without raising the floor of the opportunity for health that everybody needs through population-based public health-led approaches. So I'll end by saying that the bigger view is to set a goal for America and for every nation to create healthy longevity for all of us. The U.S. health status is now at the bottom of 36 peer nations, the bottom, by every metric. How do we elevate the opportunity for health? I believe it is by setting healthy longevity as the goal for every American and setting in place the rebalancing of our investment in prevention, which we now, I think, could deliver. Thank you. So now for the fun for a few minutes. Let's see if I can do this. Hi. Hello? Yeah? So I'd like to at least pitch one question to my co-panelists and then see if there's time for, we have 10 minutes. Oh, I just saw the sign, fabulous. And then there's time for the audience. I want to start by going back to something that Dr. Sierra said. Felipe, I think we can blame this field on you. That's what the rumor is.
Thank you.
As the originator of both the concept and the term of geroscience, I'm completely excited as well as fascinated by the evolution in the goals that you have just laid out in your talk. For both of you, how much of the aging process that you both have talked about do you think is malleable?
Well, oh, yes, sorry.
It's okay.
So I think that I was trying to convey in the concept that to me, we have a strong potential for healthy longevity in our genome, with variability, looking at, genomic variability. But as we know, so far, the genome has a very small effect on healthy longevity. Most of what we see are really behavioral, environmental. So to me, the potential is enormous. If you look at, the study of Tom Pert about the centenarians live healthy and without any disability 90% of the time, up to the age of 95. So that is intrinsically in our genome. And so the idea that I have in mind is a little bit outrageous, but allow please, age to succeed and implement all this potential without having this obstacle or adverse behavior and adverse environment. To me, that's what Geroscience is all about. And we can do that with the public intervention or with drugs. I don't know. We should do it in some way.
Felipe.
Yeah, I think that there's a slide I often use and I didn't use this time, which is basically showing that we always talk about the role of genes and environment in our health, our chances or risk of developing diseases. And I would say that that is only a small part. Because as we age, your genes don't change, your environment can get better or worse, but your health will get worse. So there's something else. There is the aging process itself. And basically, what it ends up being is that your genes and environment will determine which diseases you're susceptible to. But aging will determine when you get them. If you age well, you're not going to get them. Even if you had the wrong genes or the wrong environment, you're not going to get them. So how do we age well? Well, that depends, again, on the public health and other factors, as you mentioned. So it's not just your intrinsic, there's the outside as well.
So if I can ask one follow-up question to that. A lot of the focus of the science of geroscience has been on the potential to develop therapeutics for the individual. Do you think that the science can tell us how to actually deliver prevention at a population level more effectively? Will it change our understanding, for example, of combining geroscience understanding with what we already know about health behaviors or the effects of air pollution on health?
With the premise that I am a doctor, and so I've been primed to think about therapeutic intervention. I still feel that way, and I think we should not abandon the dream that we will have also that possibility. I think that beyond that, the potential is enormous. I think that our epidemiological studies show that environmental and behavioral factors affect health and longevity tremendous. It's not just a small one. Now, the Simple 7, when we did the Simple 7 in the UK Biobank, people that were obeying to the Simple 7 lived 10 years more, and their health expectancy of 15 years more than the other were not, living according to those principles. So the potential is enormous, I think.
Yeah, I agree that the potential is enormous, but we tend to look for the easy way out. So we are in a society that looks for a pill for everything. You're fat? Okay, Ozempic. Yeah. Why not? Why eat less when I can have Ozempic? Unfortunately, that, and as I was mentioned earlier, that increases the chances of exacerbating the disparities, because some people will have access and others are not. Metformin would be something for everybody. Ozempic is not. That's the type of risk that we have by focusing so much on gerotherapeutics. But just like Luigi says, because he's a physician, he focuses on that. Me being a molecular biologist, of course, I focus on molecules as well. It's the easy way out. The societal changes are more complex, actually.
Yeah. So I'd like to invite other comments, maybe starting with Dr. Zhao, who has his hand up. Do you want to?
I truly enjoyed this first session. And I think whether you talk about public health or therapeutic intervention, really talk about biology. That's what you're talking about. Public health prevention is important, but it's not perfect. So understanding how prevention influences biology is important, and then expanding that capability, right? So I think it's not an and or, it's actually both. I think what I learned most about your both conversation is the resilience issue. Now, there's an emerging field right now called preemptive health, and in Japan called Mibio. Chinese, it's a long word, which means you're free of disease. But that's the interface, exactly what you're saying, between complete health and wellness to disease. There's a long space which you have described, right? I think in one of your slides, Luigi, you looked at all the various molecular dysfunction, lack of homeostasis. And we live in that every single day, right? So when your doctor says you look fine, they're really not measuring truly what your resilience or your biological process is. So I think this is my question. I think this field needs to be explored, right? Well, wellness and total health to disease, in between that space is where the real opportunity is. You can call it whatever it is, right? And I do think that people are beginning to work in this space looking at large data sets, right? Because if you look at large data sets through a long period of time, you'll be able to find biomarkers of those who are likely to develop later disease because they're not as good homeostatically as they are able to have that resilience. I think that field of research to me is absolutely important. And that's where the intervention comes in, whether you use preventive or therapeutic or other interventions. What you want to do is just keep that space that we're all living in, progressing towards disease, how to keep that space and, in such a way that's resilient, that you have homeostasis. You can have DNA repair. You can have cell regeneration, you name it.
Thank you. I think that we would all agree with the both-end approach, as well as the subclinical, the investment in the subclinical process long before anybody has a risk of being ill.
All I'm saying is it's an emerging field.
Yes.
That people are now working on.
Right.
With data platforms that can actually help you start looking at the space.
So the only thing I will add, Linda, is that in order to know what to do, we should be able to measure its effect. And if the effect, we need to wait for disease to occur or for mortality to occur, is never going to happen. So I think that the beauty of geroscience and the biomarker is that we are able to understand what are the interventions that slow down aging that we know from large epidemiological study are very likely also to affect those long-term outcomes. And that, I think, why there is so much enthusiasm in this field. And this is important for environmental, public health, molecular, pharmacological intervention. It really is a combination of both.
So
I would
we
like
have
to add a little bit in there.
Oh.
So in terms of focusing further research on resilience and that aspects, you mentioned big data sets. Where we need to emphasize is what's the effect of challenges within those data sets, because those data sets are like for clinical work, they don't have a challenge. It's just a status quo, the status of the individual at that time. But within those data sets, if there's enough information, for example, about the air quality, where do you live, things like that, then you can start looking at the effect of resilience to those challenges. But that research needs to be done. It's not being done correctly now.
But let me say, those data sets are being collected.
In some data sets, yes.
You go to insurance companies, they have all that data. Seriously.
Do they share
I
it?
think, what? Well, I think this is the opportunity.
Yeah.
So I understand that our time is up. We hope as a panel, I think I can speak for my colleagues, that we have set up the rest of the day with energy to have shared beginnings of insight around both the opportunities and the necessities for our future. Thank you.
Thank you all. I'm really excited to announce the next session on equity by design, in part because of our moderator and speaker, Arlene Geronimus, who I have been a fan of for a very long time. We were very excited to have you join us today. I'm going to let you introduce yourself and then start the conversation, and then have a follow-up presentations and speeches by the rest of our speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I hope you'll still feel that way when I'm done. So I am Arlene Geronimus, professor of health education and health equity at the University of Michigan and a member of the National Academy of Medicine. And I'm serving both as a moderator today and as the final speaker. The geroscience hypothesis, as I assume you all know well, better than I, is that emerging drugs can change the trajectory of the processes of aging within cells and ultimately in living humans, postponing the rising burden of disease and disability with aging. The irony is not lost on me that I could be the archetypal beneficiary of any such translational results of geroscience, and I have to say the allure of it is unquestionable. A year ago today, I was literally struggling to recover from a particularly virulent case of COVID, influenza A, and pneumonia all at the same time, despite being vaccinated against all three, and then developed a secondary bronchitis, altogether requiring a multiple-week hospital stay followed by months of recuperation and physical therapy. One might infer my immune system has reached the point of weakness and dysregulation. It may be too late for me for geroscience. Certainly a safe and effective geroscience drug might catch me before my biological clock sends me straight into multiple chronic morbidities, dysfunction, and life-crushing frailty. I'm already on my way there. But as a scientist, unswervingly focused on promoting population health equity throughout my career, I am of course heartened that the stated aspirations of those engaged in geroscience translation include that such therapy must apply to everyone, as we've heard on the panels today. And this panel, Equity by Design, is an explicit attempt to get ahead of the virtual certainty, I would say, that short of active provisions, any therapeutic intervention found to slow the progression of aging will inevitably be inequitably distributed. Left to basically to monopsony capitalism, its existence in consumer marketing will indeed exacerbate health span inequities. And we've seen this with antiretrovirals and now PrEP in the case of HIV. We are seeing this play out before our eyes with Ozempic, as others have mentioned. And there's a literature dating back decades on the diffusion of new medical technologies that shows that at least in hierarchical and capitalist societies, those who reap the lion's share of the benefits of new technologies are determined by power and resources and not by need or equity. So I do believe that attaching any incipient therapy to equity is laudable, is necessary, lofty perhaps, but it's a gargantuan order. And so in this case, in this session, we're going to be, I think, raising legitimate questions about how it can be accomplished. So our panel consists of 4 brief presentations in the following order. First, we'll have Dr. Olshansky, who will ground geroscience from an equity perspective. specifically how we can address concerns that the field is heading in the direction of inequity, as I just mentioned. We'll have Dr. Nancy Jecker, who will speak to the ethical concerns about geroscience, relevant bioethical responses, and a path forward for the field. We'll have Dr. Doris Molina Henry, who will speak to the importance of equity within the clinical research trial design, and what we know about how racism and design flaws have influenced biomedical research, highlighting the imperative, again, that geroscience research must be inclusive if our goal is equity. And last, I will speak to the concept of population weathering and how any attempts to address biological aging with geroscience drugs and distribute them equally must account for the fundamental social causes of accelerated aging in marginalized groups. We ask you to hold your questions until after the final speaker, and then we'll gauge a more interactive discussion. Thank you.
All right. First of all, I really want to thank all of you for having me here today. It's a privilege and an honor, and this topic, of course, as you know, is very dear to my heart. I've been talking about this for a long time, and I'm delighted to talk about it here. In case you're wondering, by the way, these are my device to help correct my hearing loss, so I am wearing hearing aids. I will say somebody not long ago said to me, are you using some sort of device so that somebody can feed the answers to you to whatever question was being asked? I should have said yes, but I didn't. I only have 2 slides. Now, I'm going to tell this whole story with 2 slides. And it's not as complicated as you might imagine. And it's a little bit of a deeper dive to what Linda presented earlier, right? When she showed you that very low life expectancy and then that takeoff around 1860. I'm going to go one level deeper so you can understand exactly what happened and why it's relevant to the issues that we're talking about today. What you see here is called the distribution of death. If you took 100,000 babies born in a given year, you applied the death rates in those years to those babies, this is when they would die, based on the death rates observed. So this is one level deeper. So the black line shows life expectancy at birth of about 50. It really looked like that everywhere in the world throughout most of human history. But what you need to emphasize here is that there were always people that made it out to older ages. In fact, honestly, the vast majority of the population made it out to middle and older ages throughout history. There were people that made it out, not quite like today. So the vast majority of the increase in life expectancy that we observed, that exponential increase that occurred in the 20th century occurred because we saved the young. Declining infant, child, and maternal mortality had a dramatic influence on the rise in life expectancy. And I'll call that the first longevity revolution. The second longevity revolution is the one that occurred during the latter part of the 20th century when medical technology brought down middle age and old age mortality, and that brings us to where we are today. This particular image I created by invitation from the editors at JAMA, who said, I want you to communicate this concept of geroscience to physicians. And so what I placed this distribution of death into as a backdrop is what I call the red zone, which we've all talked about today, a time period when frailty and disability rises exponentially. So we succeeded in extending life in long-lived populations. This was an enormous success story. However, we exposed the saved population to an elevated risk of the diseases and disorders, the frailty, the disability that we see at later ages. So we predicted back in 1990 that when you succeed well enough to push a large enough segment of the population into this red zone, where aging becomes the dominant risk factor, the rise in life expectancy must slow down. There were people that didn't like that argument. They didn't agree with us. They said, no, medical technology will happen. It's going to drag life expectancy with it. We said it can't happen. as long as the biological process of aging is immutable. Unless we can modify that aging process, that red zone is going to stay just where it is. What geroscience is all about, from our angle, is not to push out the blue line. It's not to make us live longer. It's to compress and delay the red zone, to extend the period of healthy life. And I think that that is the logic and the line of reasoning that you have heard here so far, and I'm pretty sure you're going to hear throughout the rest of the day. I would point out, by the way, it just occurred to me after the first session that these variations in the distribution of death still exist today among subgroups of the population. This is the whole issue of inequity. There's a famous street in Chicago called the Midway Plaisance, and on one side of the street is the University of Chicago, where there's wealth and education and very high life expectancies, and on the other side you have poverty. You can have different distributions across the street from each other. High examples of inequity. So, and we are on the verge, as we have, as I've argued for a while, but you've heard it here extensively, and of course with Felipe and Ron's development of this concept of geroscience, we've got the goal of doing something foundationally different than what we've done in the past, the ability to hopefully compress and delay this red zone so that we could live healthier longer. Fairly simple image to illustrate a complicated concept, something that we've done to ourselves. I'm going to end with this image, which is similar to the previous one, but I think this one tells a very important story. This shows the rise in life expectancy from 1860 to 2021. We have argued, certainly in our latest work, that there's a natural limit to human longevity in the absence of any medical intervention at all. We think that natural limit, which we can document, which we have seen, is somewhere in the 30 to 60 year range. You remove all medical interventions of every kind, and I would point out, in all likelihood, the vast majority of the people in this room would not be here if not for medical interventions of one kind or another, myself included. What we have done during the course, certainly the latter half of the 20th century, is we have manufactured survival time. And that's the language I like to use. Most of us are living on manufactured time in long-lived populations. Medical technology has been amazing in its ability to patch us together, to keep us alive. I'm certainly a byproduct of being patched together by medicine at one point or another, and I'm guessing that's the case for most of us. But the key point here is that the natural limit for human longevity is behind us. It is not ahead of us. It is not something that we can create through medical technology, even through geroscience. It is well behind us. And what we are doing successfully is creating increasingly a larger number of patches designed to keep us alive longer, and therein lies the problem. That's where we are today. It's like stretching a rubber band. The more you stretch it, the more difficult it becomes to stretch it further. That's where we are now, and that's why geroscience is so important. This is the next revolution in public health. I think our own language, when my colleagues and I have discussed this, is geroscience is primary prevention with a capital P. This is how you move forward. And keep in mind, we've painted ourselves into this longevity corner where we've exposed the vast majority of the population to the diseases and disorders associated with aging. If we don't find a way to modulate this process in some way, it is likely that we will see rising levels, rising prevalence and severity of aging-related diseases and disorders among populations that are saved through these patches that we've created that enable us to live longer. So as you know, I'm a very strong proponent of the whole concept of geroscience. I think it's a required public health movement going forward. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
It's a pleasure to be here and have this opportunity to share ideas on the important topic of geroscience. My remarks will focus on ethics, and the ideas I will share are my own. However, they've been informed by the Global Advisory Committee to Evolution Foundation, of which I am a member. So the presentation will address three questions. First, what ethical concerns does geroscience raise? Second, what responses to these and other concerns does bioethics offer? And third, what might be the best ethical approach to doing geroscience research and sharing its fruits? So let me start with the question of what are the ethical concerns. And this first concern is what I like to call the elephant in the room. So some people will say, why are we even having this conversation? Some question the fairness of doing geroscience at all, of investing in increasing the number of years that people can live in full health when so many people fall well below the global average of healthy life years. Aren't resources better spent, the argument goes, on ensuring access to social conditions we already know increase healthy lives, things like food security, access to basic health care, education, and increasingly protection from the impacts of climate disaster. A related ethical concern is the worry that geroscience research will exacerbate global health inequalities. Will research funding go disproportionately to high-income countries without a commitment to support geroscience capacity building in low and middle-income countries? And even if research dollars are broadly distributed, will the fruits of geroscience research be shared broadly? Will people in low and middle-income countries, for example, have access? And this map speaks to the concern. It pictures the average number of years that a person can expect to live in full health at birth. And as you can see, in some regions, it's much less than in others. For example, in sub-Saharan Africa, average healthy life expectancy at birth is relatively low. In 2021, it was 55 years. This is well below Europe's average, which was 66 years during 2021. So the concern is that these kinds of global health inequalities will be made worse. A third concern is age group justice. Will the net effect of helping people live longer lives be to undercut fair opportunities for younger people? For example, will extending an older population's ability to remain in the workforce and housing market reduce opportunities for younger people to even get jobs and buy homes in the first place? Have older adults had a fair share? Should they step aside so that the young can have their fair share? And then a final concern, which I think will be addressed a lot later in the day, is that the accusation that geroscience is ableist or ageist. The idea here is that trying to eradicate age-related disease and disability might seem like an attack on people with chronic disease and disability, or on older people who suffer from disease and disability disproportionately. After all, healthy aging is not a standard that all older people can meet. So what message does geroscience send about the value of life for people with chronic disease and disability, or the value of life in old age? I want to suggest some replies, just very broadly, to these concerns. First, of course, all research has opportunity costs. That is, there are other social goods that might have been sought instead, benefits foregone, if you were. So some balance obviously must be struck. Geroscience research need not be done exclusively in high-income countries, and I would argue we should support reasonable efforts to build research capacity broadly across diverse regions. Third, if the fruits of geroscience research slow or reverse age-related disease and disability, this could actually free up resources for other social needs and for younger people. Fourth, when the young become old, they too can benefit from more years of healthy lives. So the idea here is that age-based inequalities arguably even out over time, over the life course. Fifth, geroscience could reduce the stigma associated with growing old by decoupling old age from heightened risk for chronic disease and disability. And lastly, to further combat ageism and ableism, investors in geroscience research should consider investing in support systems for people with chronic disease and disability. So those are some initial responses, and now I want to take a deeper dive and turn next to look further at some responses that bioethics offers. And here I'm going to be focusing my remarks on justice and fairness in the distribution of scarce resources. And the scarce resource is funding for geroscience research and for the possible fruits of that research. And I want to describe three bioethics responses. The first is egalitarian, and egalitarianism is broadly a commitment to equality of some kind or another. Applied to geroscience, egalitarianism might be interpreted as demanding that years of unhealthy life be reduced for all at the same level or to the same degree. For example, people in Niger, where health span is 55, and people in Switzerland, where health span is 71, perhaps they should each have access to the means to increase health span by 2 years. That's one possible interpretation of egalitarianism. Egalitarian justice would lend support to investing in geroscience research in diverse regions to better ensure that risks and benefits are shared more equally. The basis for an egalitarian view might be that people should have an equal opportunity to pursue goals such as life, liberty, and happiness, or that physical pains of a sufficient degree should be treated similarly regardless of who experiences them, or that showing equal respect for persons requires ensuring equal access to the tools that slow or reverse disease and disability. So that's one possible response, an egalitarian response. Second response is a sufficientarian justice response, or what we might just call a good enough justice response. It tells us that, look, what's bad about inequality is not inequality per se, but when the worse off do not have enough. To address this, sufficientarian justice posits some threshold of welfare that is good enough, and it tries to bring everyone up to that level. And then it might allow inequalities above the threshold. Applied to geroscience, sufficientarian justice might say that years of unhealthy life should be reduced in a way that ensures everyone access to a threshold level of healthy life. For example, allocate the fruits of geroscience research first to regions where health spans are below the threshold. Now, the perennial question is what counts as good enough, right? One answer is offered by Hassoun, who sets the threshold at a minimally good life. Everyone must obtain what helps them secure the relationships, pleasures, knowledge, appreciation, worthwhile activities, etc., that they need to live minimally good lives. So generally, the threshold's set above mere survival. A minimally good life, or Nussbaum refers to having a minimal level, a threshold level of central human capabilities. And she's concerned with things like the ability to be healthy, have bodily integrity, so the ability to move from place to place, make plans and goals, affiliate, express emotions, play, and recreate. So there's some way where we set a threshold, and on the basis of that, we try to bring everyone to it. A third possible response is priority to the least well off. And this is often associated with the philosopher John Rawls. A Rawlsian principle for geroscience might say that years of unhealthy life should be reduced in a way that benefits those who have the least health longevity. So regardless of what level they're at, how many years of healthy life they live, it's the least well off that should be benefited the most. This translates, again, probably to helping people in low and middle income countries, as we saw on that map, for example, sub-Saharan Africa, where people have the fewest years of healthy life. The justification for a Rawlsian justice approach is that the fairest way to select principles of justice is to imagine ourselves under a veil of ignorance. So not knowing our age, our health, our position in society, wouldn't we try to select a principle that would benefit the least well off, thinking that, after all, we might be in the group that is the least well off? So let me close by commenting briefly on the direction that I think geroscience research and the fruits of geroscience research should take in terms of how they're distributed. And I'm going to suggest that the good enough justice approach, or sufficientarianism, is the best way forward for geroscience. And one way of defending that is purely pragmatic, and it simply tells us that without some chance of benefiting themselves and their group, people, whether it's taxpayers and public dollars or the private sector, will not see themselves as stakeholders and will not give serious sustained support to geroscience. Only sufficientarian justice gives everyone a stake, because after bringing everyone to a minimal threshold, it allows for inequalities above the threshold. So it allows for some degree of partiality, right? And then an ethical defense of sufficientarian justice focuses on that notion of partiality and makes the case that some degree of partiality towards those we stand in special relationships with, such as fellow citizens, is justified. A veil of ignorance abstracts too much. It prevents us from even knowing what our special relationships are or favoring them. And strict egalitarianism also demands, on some interpretations, a strict requirement of impartiality, which would prohibit partiality to those in our own circle, those in our own special relationships. So, in closing, a few takeaways just to summarize. We considered ethical concerns geroscience raised. I introduced 3 bioethics responses: egalitarianism, sufficientarianism, and Rawlsian justice. And I defended briefly a sufficientarian approach to geroscience research. Thanks very much for your attention.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I am Doris Molina Henry. I'm an assistant professor in the Department of Neurology for the Keck School of Medicine, Keck School of Medicine's Alzheimer's Therapeutic Research Institute at the University of Southern California. I'm also the co-lead for Recruitment, Engagement, and Retention Unit of the Alzheimer's Clinical Trials Consortium. And I will speak a little bit about the work that we've been doing within the consortium and within the Institute, and really the intersection where my work is set, which is in ensuring that we're engaging the appropriate populations that represent the disease-suffering populations, particularly for Alzheimer's disease clinical trials. And so this hopefully is a case, an example of some of the approaches that we should be taking as a field overall to ensure that whatever therapeutics treatments are developed in the future are accessible, available, and may serve the population that most needs it. So here are my disclosures. And so everyone in this room probably knows that the most common form of dementia is Alzheimer's disease. It accounts for about 60 to 80% of dementia cases. It's in the United States, the 6th leading cause of death, and it leads to devastating cognitive and functional impact on the individual who is affected as well as their loved ones. It disproportionately impacts some communities, particularly within this country, where African American or Black adults are 2 to 2.5 times a higher risk, and Hispanic or Latino adults are 1.5 times the risk compared to their non-Hispanic white counterparts. Social economic disadvantage, fewer years of education, stress, racism, limited access to health care are all associated with this increased risk as well. And until recently, there were no disease-modifying treatments for this devastating disease. In 2021, after 3 decades, oh, I apologize. I set this down. Ooh, away. And so, After 3 decades of failed studies, in June 2021, the first disease-modifying drug was approved by the FDA to treat mild cognitive impairment. And subsequently, Leqembi was granted accelerated approval and later traditional approval. And earlier this year, Kisunla was granted traditional approval midsummer. Each of these drugs demonstrated equal or greater efficacy in reducing clinical symptoms and substantiating the notion that targeting amyloid beta in the brain, the central component of amyloid plaques, was effective in slowing cognitive decline. These now approved therapies represent a small portion of the many treatments currently in the AD and Alzheimer's disease-related dementia clinical trial pipeline. It's almost exciting. It's really exciting to see in this figure the different compounds targeting different mechanisms at phase 1, 2, and 3 trials, and how these compounds will require over 50,000 individuals to participate to ensure that they are properly evaluated. But this still highlights an imminent concern, and it is that underserved populations, including individuals experiencing social disadvantage who I've mentioned are at increased risk of dementia, are highly underrepresented in these trials. And they were underrepresented in the trials that I've just, that led to the approval of these treatments. This issue is urgent, as the absence of these groups limits the generalizability of study findings. And moreover, it limits the public trust and enthusiasm around novel therapeutics that could actually dramatically preserve independence and quality of life with age. And for this reason, addressing inclusion of these groups in Alzheimer's disease trials is an urgent imperative for equitable access to novel therapeutics. Our groups at the Institute and the consortium have taken an approach to recruitment, engagement, also retention, anchored on inclusion specifically, that aims to really minimize the barriers and maximize access to participation for all individuals, regardless of social demographic backgrounds, lived experiences, as long as it is safe and appropriate for them to participate. The barriers should not be lack of transportation, should not be mistrust. These are things that we should be able to navigate. And thus our approach, as is centered in inclusivity, has led us to a number of strategies, and these continue to grow, but including building access and limiting burdens. So we modify even the study design in places where we can so that it is more accessible to individuals, providing transportation where feasible, providing additional resources that may contribute to individuals being more inclined to participate and being a part, so that we can really limit and shorten the gap between those that have not had access to participation. And so this is exemplified, and a lot of these efforts were exemplified to increase participation of racial and ethnic minoritized groups in the preclinical AHEAD 345 clinical trial program led by Risa Sperling, Keith Johnson, and Paul Azen. I was very much heavily involved in the efforts around inclusion in this trial. And I'll talk to you specifically about changes in the study design, which I think reverberate with the theme of this panel, that were conducted in the interest of really committing to inclusivity of populations that were underrepresented in the trial. This also, we were fortunate, happened very much at the cusp of the access to plasma biomarkers, where those could be easily integrated into a screening process, making it much easier for individuals to be more amenable to participating in a trial that could be long and could require multiple steps in screening. The clinical trials program tests Leqembi in individuals who are cognitively normal but have intermediate or elevated levels of amyloid on PET, and typically more than 20 centiloids on amyloid that had joint screening process for sister arm trials. I want to highlight in this figure that of 20,721 participants screened for this study with high screen fail rates, just so you know, 4,534 were from racial and ethnic underrepresented groups. And we feel that this was a successful effort. However, despite that successful effort, the individuals from racial and ethnic underrepresented groups only made up less than 4% of the randomized population. Again, we ran into the same issue despite the engagement, despite the participation. And so we took a deeper dive to better understand what in essence is driving this limited participation or limited randomization. And what you see in this figure, and briefly, this is part of a much more complicated picture, but I want to draw your attention to this plasma eligibility rates, which was really the reason why most people were screen failed at the outset in the trial. It was the first step in the screening process. And what you see this is happening over time, over the screening window or enrollment phase of the study. The purple line at the bottom represents non-Hispanic whites. The other the other lines of different colors represent the racial and ethnic underrepresented groups. As you can see, the screen fail rate or ineligibility rates were lower among non-Hispanic whites compared to racial and ethnic underrepresented groups. And so this really pointed out to us that these ineligibility rates were on the basis of amyloid and individuals not having adequate amyloid levels to participate in the remaining screening stages of the process, as that's what plasma was intended to do. But that this higher ineligibility rate is possibly tied to lower prevalence of amyloid among underrepresented racial and ethnic groups. And that other contributions from other factors, biological or non-biological, may actually explain higher risk in dementia that I alluded to in the beginning. And so, what do we do? Do we stop screening individuals? Do we stop our efforts toward inclusivity in amyloid trials? No. We continue those efforts because there are individuals that are also eligible. But we also develop other studies that allow us to better understand the populations that we are not able to include in studies on the basis of science and basis of biology. And that has brought us to the design of the amyloid extension study, which evaluates longitudinal trajectories of disease biomarkers in individuals with lower levels of amyloid. This study may lead to the development. The hope is that it will lead us to the development of primary prevention therapeutics, which is a very important underlying theme of this meeting, but also that we can oversample individuals from racial and ethnic groups that have been ineligible specifically for this study so that we can understand what are the longitudinal trajectories, but potentially can we evaluate with bank samples? What are other contributors to disease that we should be targeting in future treatments? It allows us to also collect and evaluate social or non-biological factors that may contribute to higher disease risk, but also may confer some resilience in these groups. And with that, I want to close on a last thought that was hopefully my opening thought, that promoting equitable inclusivity for equitable scientific progress is really what's going to allow us to minimize the disparity gaps. And we really need to consider these things at the outset in the design phase so that diagnostic and therapeutic approaches meet the needs of all affected populations. With that, thank you.
I'm going to talk about two things to consider if we're really serious about equity. One I'll say very little about because I think it's pretty straightforward. We need to have strategies to identify leverage points to ensure equitable access. And then I'll also talk about the implications of weathering for health span equity. And in terms of the first, all I want to say is that we need to be proactive in identifying leverage points, and probably in government, contracting, regulation, or policy. This may involve including lawyers, strategic researchers, political scientists, politicians, obviously, and possibly unions in geroscience translational research. So it's about expanding who has the skill sets and the experience to figure out how can we kind of have sort of enforceable agreements for any therapies that result of geroscience. And the other thing I'll just say about this part is we want to elaborate all the barriers beyond price tag to equitable access. This might involve expanding the research to include community members and qualitative researchers, because there's many, especially if we're talking about drug therapies that may have side effects, there's many barriers besides or in addition to cost that we would want to consider if we were in earnest about equity by design. So having said that, I'll turn to the thornier issues, the considerations through a weathering lens. which I'll just say a little bit about weathering for those of you who may not be familiar with it. I gather some people are. But in effect, it's saying chronologically young people can be biologically old. In brief, weathering theory emphasizes health as an emergent capacity of human beings in response to multiple structurally rooted, nested, and contextually fluctuating social, economic, and physical environmental circumstances that impact the frequency and length of episodes of physiological stress. So it's also very much about social psychology and biopsychosocial processes. It's also about options for individuals for collective coping, and then biological processes at the molecular and body systems level. So it's not just exposure, it's also the opportunities for coping. And for many of us, that requires more high effort coping than it may for others. That's another way that we have inequities in lived experience. So I think there's a lot in common with geroscience and weathering, in some respects at least. They both distinguish between life expectancy and healthy life expectancy. They, between chronological and biological age, they both privilege locating biological processes or vulnerabilities impeding later life functioning rather than take our usual disease by disease approach. And both view health and lifespans as mutable. But there are key differences, too, that I think geroscience should take account of if our concern is equity, which is that to some extent, I think geroscience presumes aging biology sort of follows an almost developmental path that unfolds naturally, short of therapeutic or other behavioral interventions. So in effect, what we're talking about is how to make chronologically old people, in effect, be biologically younger through healthy behaviors we've talked about today, and also eventual therapeutic biochemical means. In contrast, weathering is premised on the observation, as I said, that chronologically young people can be biologically old, and that a complex cascade of both exposure to and coping with challenging social predicaments across the life course can dramatically shorten the health and lifespans of minoritized and marginalized populations. Biological processes are the mechanisms through which social inequity becomes health span inequity, but health behavior actually plays a small part in this process, and in any case is highly structurally constrained for these populations. So how can we apply that knowledge to geroscience translation? I'm going to highlight the one I put in a different color, a source of structured stressors that accumulate and induce weathering. Again, I'm speaking at population levels, at distributions. So of course, we're aware of the social determinants of health. They've been mentioned today, and they're important in weathering. We're also clearly knowledgeable that there is environmental racism or inequities in exposure to environmental assaults on the body. But what I want to highlight is what I call the structurally rooted biopsychosocial stress processes that are include threats to the contingencies of your social identity in a stratified or hierarchical society, and the high effort coping, social, behavioral, and physiological, that they entail to survive or overcome. Because members of marginalized groups cannot take their safety, both physical and also identity safety, for granted in many settings, they are often vigilant to, as social psychology has shown over and over, it tells us that members of stigmatized groups enter new situations with uncertainty about whether those they interact with will judge them according to the stereotypes related to their social identity. If they know they are members of a stigmatized stigmatized group or could be seen or outed as one. They manage their social identities, for instance, through code switching or try their best not to fulfill a negative stereotype. But they also, at a physiological level, become automatically vigilant for cues indicating whether or not they belong, can trust others, may be in physical danger, can be authentic, and will be treated fairly, and in some cases to locate a quick exit route if need be. And there are a lot of phrases in colloquial English like having your head on a swivel. Even just the concept of street smarts is sort of an expression of these vigilant precautions. So over years and decades, chronic activation of physiological stress processes have both rapid and enduring consequences for physical health and longevity as molecular and body systems damage accumulates. And the timing of and length of this process is variable and tied to social inequities and lived experience and the high effort coping needed to survive or overcome or get joy in life, not just survive and overcome. So whether your stress response is damaging over time depends on whether the stressors you face are acute or chronic, whether you have sufficient health, support, resources, and power to resolve them, and in short order. So those are key things to consider when we're talking about equity. And just to give you a couple case studies very briefly about how weathering means, in effect, that dominant and marginalized social identity groups in a given society, age 20 doesn't equal age 20, age 35 isn't 35, and 60 is even less likely to equal 60. And so, for example, Linda Burton did a 3-city study of primary caregivers in very high poverty areas in the country, and of mothers, or primary caretakers, as the case may be. And she found that 60% of women in her study, which was ethnographic, suffered multiple morbidities, even though 80% of the sample was 39 years old or younger. So we're talking about much earlier ages of health deterioration. And a couple of examples quickly. Rena was a 25-year-old mother who had a child with asthma, which is not unusual also in these populations. She worked the third shift at a minimum wage job. She had to ride the bus at least 5 hours each day to and from work. Her schedule leaves her no more than a maximum of 5 hours of sleep per night. She feels overwhelmed by her highly challenging life, and she's been diagnosed with clinical depression. She has little time or dollars to see a doctor, and as she put it, quote, "With working, the kids, and cleaning, you don't have time to stop and listen to your body, even when there are warning signs of a problem. You just do until you can just sit in a chair and nod off." One more, I actually had 4, but I don't think time permits all 4. So 30-year-old Francine suffered a stroke, a heart attack, and was diagnosed with stomach cancer during the course of the ethnography. So these are very different lives and very different paces, at least, of aging. And when we quantified the probability for the nation of having a high allostatic load score, which we defined as manifesting at least 3 stress-mediated morbidities at a given age, and stratified it just by race and gender. So these are obviously not capturing the people who are the worst off in terms of the stressors they face unremittingly. We found very different age gradient increases in the probability of having high allostatic load across these 4 national averages. For example, 40% of Black women registered 4+ stress-mediated morbidities in their early 40s, and 80% by age 60. And the probability white men reached age 60 with this score was equivalent to that of Black women in their early 40s and Black men in their late 40s. So on the one hand, weathering suggests that marginalized groups have the most to gain from geroscience therapy, given their fast track to disease, disability, and death. And perhaps the way to think about this is that if we do come up with therapies, they should be indicated for much younger people in some populations than for others. And obviously having inclusive recruitment is going to be very important to figuring that out, and including not just the race and ethnicity and socioeconomic data, but gender data. Since weathering is actually evident in women, and especially Black women, by reproductive and working ages, we'll want to know more about how workplaces can guarantee the facilities or personal time off to accommodate any major side effects. We'll want social policy to backstop necessary child or elder care when primary caregivers are laid low by side effects. And another question clinical trials must answer that you probably haven't thought about is a therapy safe for pregnant or nursing mothers? But I think to end, I want to talk about some even thornier concerns if we're really serious about ensuring equity. This is the kind of I know you can't read it, don't worry. But it is an evidence-based conceptual model of weathering that you can find in a paper in Milbank from 2020 that I and my team wrote. And it suggests the possibility not only of a faster, but also a substantially different cascade of biological aging over the life course for marginalized populations relative to more dominant groups. And what I know you can't read it, but what I hope you'll see is that most of what we've been talking about in geroscience fits in like the last one or two boxes on this whole progression. And there's a whole lot that happens in weathering before that. And so if accelerated aging is inherent to lived experiences under conditions of historical and current structural oppression, even if it's effective, will it protect disadvantaged people when they return to the same social conditions? Will they simply begin a weathering cycle anew? Does this have implications for dosing, for boosters, for some populations? But I think the most sticky question that would keep me up at night is, sorry, I've hidden it because it would keep me up at night, is that there's a question of whether some of the biopsychosocial processes that induce weathering are adaptive or even life-saving for those members of social identity groups our society maligns, marginalizes, exploits, or oppresses. Is weathering an epiphenomenon of the important, though limited ways members of marginalized social groups find meaning, purpose, joy, express love, and fulfill their responsibilities to their families or to society, despite the structural barriers, even barricades to full societal inclusion? If weathering is adaptive in that sense, what are the implications of perturbing adaptive processes? There are many barriers for our trying to answer some of these questions. Oh, I'm going the wrong way, aren't I? Animal models will not be very useful here. But human studies often that exist so far often require healthy individuals at baseline, and they focus often on biochemical rather than social interactions. Recruitment for national surveys like the HRS doesn't begin till age 50. So these kind of exclusion criteria that I've just mentioned leave out a large proportion of the weathered and are not random with respect to marginalized populations. So we're kind of behind the 8 ball in a way in doing research in how to translate geroscience findings equitably. And as was already mentioned, I think weathering does raise the question of priorities in a world of scarce resources for health science that unfortunately may be becoming scarcer in the near future. Is extending the health span through pharmaceutical means for the most privileged more important than addressing inequitable social conditions and power dynamics that induce weathering?
Thank you once again. We're excited for our next session, Communication about Geroscience to Combat Ageism. And our moderator and speaker will be Becca Levy, from Professor of Public Health from Yale University, who has been a longtime thought leader and thought partner for ARP here on this issue of ageism and the perceptions of aging. Becca, thank you very much.
So thank you. Welcome to our panel on communication about geroscience to combat ageism. So I just want to say I've loved the workshop so far. I really have enjoyed the presentations that came earlier and have learned a lot. So thank you. I also wanted to thank everyone who put together this workshop. So National Academy of Medicine, ARP, Hartford Foundation, and also I really appreciate the work of Erwin and Luigi and Michelle, wherever you are, Deborah, for putting this all together. So I also very much appreciate you putting ageism in the conversation. So I think that that's really important. So I guess the three of us are all going to talk to you about some of the risks of ageism coming from geroscience, but also the tremendous promise that geroscience can have in combating ageism. And so the order of presentations is going to be first, you're going to hear from me, then you'll have the pleasure of hearing from Dr. Mary Tinetti, who is the Gladys Phillips Crofut Professor of Medicine at Yale University, and then you'll have the pleasure of hearing from Elizabeth Nielsen, who is the Director of the Division of Behavioral and Social Research at National Institute on Aging. And we'll try to leave time for discussions, so please think about what your questions are, and we'd love to hear from you. So just to get started, when I was invited to be part of this workshop, it actually came at a great time for me. I had just finished writing a draft of a manuscript that was on Dr. Robert Butler. I was asked to write it for the 50th anniversary celebration that the gerontologist was putting together to honor National Institute on Aging. And so what I focused on in my writing was thinking about how Robert Butler thought about ageism, and particularly how he was very interested in taking ageism as a weapon or taking science as a weapon to overcome ageism. And so it's something I've been thinking a lot about, is how ageism and science are related to each other. And so this invitation came at a great time, starting to think about, okay, well, how does geroscience fit into this question of ageism? And science as well. So let's see. All right, great. So yes, so I'm going to be talking about strategy for setting up geroscience to counter ageism. So I thought I would start off with the definition that Dr. Robert Butler came up with for ageism. So he defines it as the systematic stereotyping and discrimination against people simply because they are old. So I'm just wondering, in the room, how many people have either experienced ageism or observed others being a victim of ageism? Okay, so most people in the room. So that is consistent with a lot of surveys that have been done on ageism. So for example, in a recent World Health Organization global report on ageism, they reported that 1 out of 2 people hold negative age stereotypes. And we know that negative age stereotypes increased at the start of the pandemic. And we also saw a lot of negative age stereotypes during the recent presidential election. And this is a cover that just came out a month ago on the New Yorker, which shows all the older politicians with walkers, even though none of them have walkers. And we talk about ableism as well in this. So how do these age stereotypes, it's not that they're just used to sell magazines. Unfortunately, they also have harm on our health. And so a framework that I've used to try to understand this is something that I've put together called the Stereotype Embodiment Theory framework. So it's based on a number of findings that have come from my laboratory, and also it makes some predictions about how to go forward in trying to understand how age stereotypes operate. So the idea is that these age stereotypes are embodied when they're internalized from these cultural messages, and this can lead to self-definitions that can harm older persons' health. And so we have found that negative age stereotypes can harm older persons' cognitive, physical, and mental health, as well as their longevity, whereas positive age stereotypes can often have beneficial effects on these outcomes. So it has 4 components, and I'm just going to focus on the 2 that I think are most relevant for our conversation today. So the first is this idea that they become internalized across the lifespan. So we know that children as young as age 3 or 4 have already taken in the stereotypes of their culture, and then we know that those can be reinforced over the lifespan from media and marketing and a lot of different sources in the environment. And then the second idea that I think is particularly relevant for today is that they gain salience from self-relevance. So this is the idea that the stereotypes actually kick in and impact health when people start to identify as being old or older. So when they have that self-definition, I think they make connections between stereotypes of other older people and then how they're thinking about their own self-definition. And that's when we see the impact on health. And we've now found, there's been about 6 meta-analyses that have confirmed the results in the way that we found them as well, so that I think gives us some confidence that there's something going on with these stereotypes. So how does ageism relate to geroscience? Well, I think in the ideal world, geroscience would help overcome ageism by presenting aging as a time of potential resilience and health. The risk, however, is that geroscience could promote ageism by focusing on aging as reflecting disease and decline, which can in turn prime these negative age beliefs or negative age stereotypes in healthcare providers and older persons themselves. And as we've found in these different studies, that can have unfortunate health outcomes. So I tried to think about 3 strategies that we could use to make it so that we're going toward the ideal, so that geroscience is countering ageism. So the first strategy that I thought of is to adopt a definition of aging that includes improvement. So that is change the definition of aging as a time of decline, as a major risk factor and driver of common chronic diseases, which is a definition that I've seen used to describe what geroscience is. And switch that to think about aging as a time that includes multiple trajectories, including that aging can show improvements. And there's a lot of research that actually shows this, that we can see improvements in later life. So there's been some really nice research that has shown that in older age, we can see improvements in emotion regulation, in conflict resolution, in stress management. And in the conflict resolution research it also shows it's family conflicts, but also sort of political conflicts or group conflicts that we see an improvement in later life. And Linda was talking about generativity also as a place, and generosity have also shown some improvements in later life. This is a study I thought I would share with you that looks at this idea of improvement in later life. So this was a study that we recently did with the Health and Retirement Study. So this was looking at people who have been diagnosed with mild cognitive impairment in the Health and Retirement Study, and they were followed over 12 years. And so we were interested in whether some of those people went to a normal cognition, so showed improvement in cognition. So I think before I conducted this study, I assumed when somebody had been diagnosed with mild cognitive impairment, that they would either stay at that level or they would progress to dementia. So that was what I had thought before going into this research. So what we actually found was about 40% of the people that were diagnosed with mild cognitive impairment improved to a level where it was diagnosed as normal cognition in the Health and Retirement Study. And then in addition, we found that those who had taken in more positive age beliefs, that they had a 30% greater chance of showing cognitive improvement. The second strategy that I thought about was replacing the idea of preventing aging with embracing aging. So that would involve eliminating the language in geroscience that calls for preventing, delaying, slowing, halting aging, which I have seen often used when people are talking about geroscience, because I think the risk is that it pathologizes aging as something bad that we want to prevent or stop or halt. So I think if we could replace that language with not talking about preventing aging, which we know is a natural process, but instead be very specific what we're trying to stop or halt, which could be disability or frailty, and also emphasize resilience and health span, as many people have talked about. I know Luigi has written about this, and I know it's mentioned by a few people this morning. So I think that is definitely a better frame if we could make sure that that's the language that we keep on using. And I was going to mention a study that we did. So we did a randomized controlled trial to see if we could strengthen positive age beliefs in people, so actually help them embrace aging. And we found that led to physical function improvements in a trial where they were randomly assigned to either a positive age belief strengthening group or a neutral group. The third strategy that I thought about is including the societal age beliefs themselves as upstream contributors to biological processes and biomarkers. So that is, instead of only assessing biological processes that lead to biomarkers, as has sometimes been suggested by Geroscience, we could assess malleable societal upstream causes of change in biomarkers in later life. And I know this is something that a few of you mentioned, and I think we'll hear from Liz and Mary with some ideas about this as well. So, and I guess an important piece that I would say is ageism itself, or negative age beliefs, are an example of a societal upstream determinant of biomarkers that is malleable. So we know from our studies that you can shift people's age beliefs, even though they're internalized and reinforced. We do have evidence that they can be shifted at any age. And we also know that they can be addressed at a societal and an individual level. So I think it raises the idea of how policy fits in and how we can address an upstream societal factor that could be quite important for older people. So we have found evidence that negative age beliefs can harm biomarkers, whereas positive age beliefs can lead to improvements in biomarkers. And some of the ones that we have documented are C-reactive protein, a measure of inflammation, cortisol, measure of stress, and then brain biomarkers. And I thought I would present to you two studies that looked at different aspects of the brain. And actually, Luigi was I was thankful he was a co-author on these projects. So the first one is a study that we did with the participants in the Baltimore longitudinal study of aging. And the y-axis is their negative age stereotype scores at baseline. And so these are participants that were followed over time and then donated their brain to science. So we were able to work with a neurologist to categorize plaques and tangles in their brains. And what we found was that there was a significant association between taking in more negative age beliefs at the start of the study and then the plaques and tangles that they had in their brains at autopsy. And these associations remained after we adjusted for different covariates that we thought might be part of what was happening. And this study we use the health and retirement study. So in this study, we looked at people who were dementia-free in the health and retirement study at baseline, and they were followed over the next 6 years, and we looked to see who developed dementia. And then we looked at their age beliefs at baseline. And so what we found is, if you look at the further set of bars with all participants, we found that those who had taken in more positive age beliefs at baseline were significantly less likely to develop dementia in the next 6 years. And then something that was striking about this study was we were able to look at people who had ApoE4 or had the risky gene for developing Alzheimer's and dementia. And what we found was, even in this group, we also found the same pattern. So those who had taken in more positive age beliefs were significantly less likely to develop dementia. And in fact, in this study, something that was hopeful about this set of findings was even among the people who had the risky gene, if they had taken in positive age beliefs, their risk of developing dementia was as low as those who didn't have the risky gene. So yeah, that was a nice finding to see. So in conclusion, I think that it would be very helpful if we wanted to counter ageism to make sure that we have a definition of aging as a time of as a time that is not only determined by biological processes, and it's not only a time of decline, but has a more multidisciplinary and a more positive definition. And so one that I had thought about recently was a later life developmental stage that can include psychological, biological, and social growth based on decades of accumulated experience. The second strategy I mentioned was replacing the call for preventing aging with thinking about aging as a time of decline, and then including societal factors, including age beliefs, I think could be a good way to counter ageism. So yeah, these are some of the references of studies, and if anybody's interested, I'm more than happy to send you any of the studies that I talked about. So that's it. So thank you so much for your time, and I thank the National Institute on Aging. I know some of you are part of that who are here, for their generous support of this research, and also I wanted to thank my collaborators on the research. So thank you. Next, Dr. Mary Chitty.
And I also am very happy to have been invited here today, even though ageism is not my thing, but not knowing a topic doesn't mean I can't speak about it for 10 minutes. So I actually did change it a little bit. The title, mine is to conduct and communicate geroscience to maximize benefits and avoid ageism by focusing on what matters to the individual and society. So that pretty much encapsulates what I'm going to say. And I added the conduct because we can't communicate what we haven't done. So I know there's been some discussion already, and I think there'll be more about how to conduct the work, but I'm going to provide it from my perspective as 40 years of both caring for older adults and researching older adults. So my guiding premises today, and I think you'll at least agree with, you may not agree with anything else I say, but hopefully you'll agree with this, that geroscience provides really theoretic opportunities to increase active lives that benefit individual and society. And I think these benefits need to be considered and communicated within the broader context of health, aging, and society. And I think we've heard that as well today. So what are some of those considerations, at least from my perspective? Some of them we've heard about today, some of them may be somewhat different from what we've heard. And I think we need to really think while I think geroscience is still in its relatively, perhaps heading towards adolescence, really think about, will geroscience benefit health and functioning enough to warrant the investment? And what are the potential unintended consequences? Because we've known for many decades of research that although they're unintended, they're usually not unpredictable. And I'm going to frankly say, and no offense, Felipe, is geroscience the right term? And we'll talk about that a little bit within the context of ageism. And how might we address some of these concerns? We've seen variations of this slide already today, and I think it really is important to bear in mind when we think about, will geroscience contribute enough to benefit and functioning to warrant the investment? This slide came from about at least 2 decades ago now from the Kaiser Family Foundation. And again, showing that genetics is about 30% of determining health and well-being and longer survival. Behavioral issues are 40%. That's the big chunk. How can we do geroscience? Ignoring the 40% and the 20% that are the social and environmental. And up in that top corner, only 10% is healthcare. And if you think about where we put our investment today, it's mostly in that 10%. And perhaps a little bit in the genetics. So I think we need to think about that when we think about the future of geroscience and how to communicate it in a way that can be heard by the broader society. And some of the first question I would ask is, will the social, environmental, and behavior contributors, the 60% to health and well-being, be meaningfully addressed? And again, we've already heard that almost a recurrent theme this morning, and there's even some recommendations that we're giving to make right from the very beginning the work in geroscience truly be interdisciplinary, involving social scientists and behavioral scientists in the work, considering the obvious relationship between what's biologic and what's social. And from my own perspective, I think one thing I would like to make sure that we address is how do we define benefit? We know that as people get older, they get more different. What are people, whether we're talking about 50-year-olds or 60-year-olds or frankly 40 or 50-year-olds, much less 80 or 90-year-olds, what do people want to do with that extra time of their life? We know from the work that we've done with older adults across the health span that they really vary in what they want from their life, what really matters most to them, and really need to. One of the things I would leave you with is I think if we need to define benefit based on what matters to each individual. We cannot do a one-size-fits-all, which when I've seen the outcomes of most of the studies today have been determined by the investigators and seem to be rather generic. And so that's one thing I think. There's a lot of work now being done on how to identify individuals' life goals and their health goals and how to measure whether they've been attained. And I think Geroscience would be a great place to implement that work and get beyond just the disease-based outcomes and generic functional measures. We've heard about this as well already, and I think this is almost guaranteed to happen unless we do something really drastic and really different than what we've done. The potential to divert resources from other interventions, and I don't mean to pick on lecanemab itself. Sorry, Doris, but the data are out there and they're pretty compelling that it will cost just to Medicare $2 to $5 billion a year, plus about $6,600 per patient. And that's an awful lot of money. And if we keep adding more and more to that, for relatively modest benefits, I would have to say. And in an article that was published last year in JAMA Internal Medicine, showed that the benefit to populations with cognitive impairment are much more from caregiver support, respite, day centers, et cetera, social interventions compared to with the potential benefit right now of lecanemab. There may be better medications in the future that do better than that, but are we going to divert from interventions that we know are effective? And if that happens, we're going to exacerbate the current disparity between support for medical versus social interventions. And I'm sure most of you know the work that's been done that shows that the United States, disproportionately to any other developed country, has a disproportionate amount of the money that goes to medical care, that 10%, versus the social. No other country comes close to us, and the disparities between how much we spend on medical versus social interventions. And we have other ways we're going to exacerbate health equity and disparities. My own particular work has been in people with multiple chronic conditions, which I think really overlaps with Geroscience, so that's a wonderful thing. But from what we know in experience from research to date, and we've already been talking about it, today, that people with multiple chronic conditions, minoritized group, disadvantaged groups will not be adequately studied, but they will be assumed and expected to experience the same effects seen in the clinical trials. This is one of the things we call the one-size-fits-all inequity. And the resultant treatments, whether or not they're beneficial in all these groups, will be too expensive for most people, not fully covered, resulting in really financial burden. Unless we make drastic change, it's absolutely guaranteed it's going to happen. And guaranteed that better access will be to these interventions and better outcomes will be among younger, healthier, and more advantaged individuals if it's business as usual. And I'm going to say a little bit about, is Geroscience the right term? I don't know, and I'm not suggesting you make a change now. But I'm really concerned, will it decrease negative perceptions of aging, such as Becca was talking about, or will it further stigmatize by focusing on preventing aging, which I think I'm already seeing in the literature. The term Geroscience, frankly, is a bit ageist itself, considering the fact that aging is a natural process. And I think, frankly, it's a bit of a misleading term as well, as it addresses fundamental mechanisms that lead to disease and syndromes across the lifespan. And it, frankly, includes most of the same outcomes that are done in other sciences. Most of the outcomes remain, as I said, mainly disease-based and function-based. And again, my guess is we'll likely have most of the effect earlier in life. So is geroscience the right term? So how can we conduct and communicate science to avoid some of these issues? I would say the only way we are going to avoid having some of the disparities, problems with access to studies and treatment, is if we absolutely demand that no study or treatment gets approved until we are able to enroll, test, and prove safe and effective in representative samples in key subgroups defined by things like age, sex, race, socioeconomic, and chronic disease. Again, I've been doing research for 40 years, and for 40 years I've heard we need to get more representative samples, and we've tried everything, and we try more things, and we try more things, and even people who try a lot of things, the disparities we've already seen today are there. They're not going to go away unless it's mandated that no study goes forward and no approval happens. And I would still say the same things needs to happen at the level of industry, predicated on approval of access across the population. Is that pie in the sky? Is it unlikely, particularly in the current environment? Probably, but if we really want to accomplish what we're talking about today, I don't know another way around it. A couple of other things I'm going to say is we need to study outcomes that matter to individuals, not to researchers. Currently, outcomes are selected by researchers, not older adults, and they focus on disease and generic function. So again, I recommend, as I mentioned, we do know how to identify the individual life goals. These extra precious years of active life expectancy should be fulfilling, whether it's somebody who wants to continue to work. 2 days ago, I was at another conference I think somebody already mentioned, and Martha Stewart was our guest speaker, and she says, I don't know why anyone would ever retire. Well, I can think of a lot of reasons why people should retire, but if your goal is to keep working, that's terrific. But we need to have individual goals that determine whether or not geroscience is effective. I would kind of put out to you that our comparators should be existing treatments and social interventions that are already known to be effective. You need to have more effect than we already have with the interventions that are not being scaled the way they should already. So I think that's another challenge if we really want to avoid unintended consequences. I think we need to get better at communicating the nuances in an understandable way. We have to report the amount of benefit on what outcomes, for what duration, for what groups. And again, I don't want to keep picking on the amyloid, but again, is just what I've seen as a clinician caring for older adults, and as I read the results, the benefits are being really oversold, and I understand the importance of that because it's a major issue. But are we going to continue to really look at very marginal and modest improvements that cost an awful lot of money? We need to avoid overselling any of the effects of geroscience if we're really going to have credibility and communicate correctly. And one positive things I would suggest is, again, in my current work, when I talk to older adults, one of the outcomes that matter most to them is the treatment burden. And we hear over again is treating my conditions is more burdensome to me than my disease itself. So if you want an outcome to look at is one of the things I really like about the idea is if we have individual interventions that target multiple outcomes, multiple diseases, measure that. I think that's one of the effects that I think that people will love to see and be, I think, a good positive for the field. I'm going to end by saying, if I rule the world, I'd probably avoid the term geroscience. It is a bit jargony. It's frankly repackaging some of the work that's been done before, and probably in a better way. And again, I think it is a bit inherently ageist. For those of you who know that there's a group that's called the Reframing Aging Group, and they've identified terms that are more and less acceptable. And although Gero doesn't come up on the terms exactly, but other focus groups have said it's a term that a lot of older adults really do not particularly like. I'm not saying we need to change it, but at least I throw that out to you to think about. I would definitely avoid the term gerotherapeutics, which I recently read in an article. I don't want to exercise if I know I'm doing gerotherapeutics, because I am geriatrics. And boy, that if anything would dissuade me from doing it if that was what it was called. So just saying, it's my opinion. I don't have a great idea about alternative terms, but foundational science, that's what it is, right? I think about different terms, but I will leave it up to you to make that decision. And thank you.
Well, thank you. A couple of hard acts to follow. So a lot of what I'm going to say, I think we've heard bits of before. The term, the geroscience hypothesis argues that slowing these physiological processes of aging should delay disease and lengthen health span. What I want to do in my 10 minutes is try to add to this argument that this prevention focus in geroscience really requires that interventions to slow aging target fundamental causes operating in the social and physical environment. Otherwise, we're going to risk exacerbating, as we've heard today, the stark health disparities that already exist in our population. And I think how we talk about geroscience within the scientific community matters. We need to be very specific and specify our expectations about how we conduct this work, I think, if we're serious about incorporating the social and environmental features. Understanding the social drivers of aging is an NIA priority. We support research to understand how social and economic factors throughout the life course affect the health and well-being of older people and also interact with biological factors to create and sustain health disparities. Roland showed this health disparities framework that guides NIA's work that also identifies many malleable processes in the environmental, sociocultural, and behavioral levels that operate over the full life course that cause health disparities and could be targets for intervention. This framework also points to the biological pathways through which these exposures manifest. And the authors of this framework wrote, ultimately, we're interested in the pathways that the environmental and social cultural factors, often transduced through psychological and behavioral processes, how they become biologically embedded. Taking a life course perspective is really critical at this point in time. We recently commissioned a National Academies report that starkly documented how the conditions that are driving accelerated aging and premature mortality, including poor mental health and heightened cardiovascular risk, are driving increases in mortality in working age adults, those people aged 25 to 64, with deaths especially high in Black men and at rates that are unprecedented in comparable societies in the 21st century. And this report serves as a timely reminder that not everyone in the United States gets to live optimally, age optimally, or even age up to the age of 50. A series of essays that were published in Aging Research Reviews in 2020 argued that an expanded geroscience must consider whether and how the social hallmarks of aging, including low socioeconomic status, minority status, adverse life events, adverse psychological states, and poor health behaviors are shaping biological aging. And they called for a deeper integration of these social determinants of health in how we conduct and talk about geroscience. Since 2020, numerous papers have come out and added to this evidence base, and I just want to share a few examples that highlight some key points. First, evidence that social exposures exhibit a dose-response relationship with biological aging. This is a study of 127,000 UK biobank participants and found that compared to participants who did not experience any childhood adversity, those who experienced any single form of adversity had greater phenotypic age acceleration, and early adversity was significantly related to accelerated aging in a dose-response fashion, such that more accelerated aging was found in those who experienced more forms of childhood adversity. And in addition, they also found that an unhealthy lifestyle accounted partially for this association, suggesting that the stress of adverse childhood experiences might lead people to engage in unhealthy behaviors, which in turn contributes to accelerated aging, laying out a potential causal pathway here. Second, evidence for the role of stress. This study looked at whether exposures to stressors in adulthood might contribute to accelerated aging in the immune system. They used data from the Health and Retirement Study to look at changes in different types of immune cells, naive cells that promote immune responses to new challenges and are known to decrease with age, and differentiated cells, which can lead to suboptimal immune responses and increased inflammation and are known to increase with age. And what they found was that social stressors like discrimination were associated with a decrease in naive cells and an increase in differentiated cells, offering potential precise insights into maybe some cellular mechanisms through which discrimination and social conditions may be driving health disparities. This third example offers some causal evidence that in utero social exposures can shape epigenetic aging. Now, there's evidence that adverse exposures in the intrauterine environment can have long-term effects on adult health and mortality, but it's rare to have causal research in humans at the population level. This study used a quasi-experimental design to look at whether early life exposure to adverse economic conditions during the Great Depression, which was the largest economic downturn in U.S. history, impacted how fast individuals aged biologically decades later. And they used DNA methylation data from the Health and Retirement Study, combined with state-level data on variation in economic shocks during the Great Depression, and found that experiencing poor economic conditions in the in utero phase, as opposed to prenatal or preconception or other postnatal periods, was associated with accelerated biological aging later in life, suggesting that this in utero phase may be a sensitive window for the development of later life accelerated aging. A fourth example offers evidence of differential susceptibility to adverse exposures in disadvantaged groups. This study, also using HRS data, examined how exposures, including socioeconomic status, area-level socioeconomic deprivation, air pollution, and perceived neighborhood disorder, contributed to disparities between Black and white older adults in their DNA methylation aging. And it found that Black individuals had higher levels of all exposures and higher DNA methylation aging on average. But also what's shown here is that there was an interaction between race and exposure to air pollution, such that at higher levels of exposures, Blacks showed more accelerated biological aging, suggesting that Black participants appear to be more vulnerable at the same level of exposure than whites, perhaps due to individual and neighborhood level disadvantage. And a fifth example offers evidence that social patterns in biological aging emerge earlier in life, echoing some points already made by Arlene Geronimus today. This study used data from AdHealth, a national cohort of adolescents who were studied, who were in 7th to 12th grade in 1994 and have been followed for over 25 years. Biological aging was assessed from blood DNA methylation 25 years later when they were 33 to 44 years old. And the study found consistent and strong associations between faster biological aging and lower levels of education and income shown here, but also between biological aging and severe obesity, no weekly exercise, and tobacco use. Finally, some further evidence that social and behavioral factors remain the strongest predictors of aging-related outcomes when incorporating measures of biological aging. Again, this is using HRS data. This study looked at how DNA methylation-based age acceleration measures compared to well-known predictors such as demographics, socioeconomic status, and health behaviors in predicting common health outcomes studied in aging. And what they found was that age acceleration calculated using these new second and third generation clocks was a consistent predictor of both cross-sectional cognitive function, of functional limitations and chronic conditions 2 years after DNA methylation aging was measured, as well as mortality 4 years on. But however, as shown in this graph for Grim age, one of these aging clocks, other factors such as demographics, socioeconomic status, mental health, and health behaviors remain equally, if not more robust, predictors of later life outcomes. So I'd argue that to advance this integrative work as a collective transdisciplinary science team, we need comprehensive and specific measures of the exposome, those contextual factors that facilitate or hinder our ability to age well. And a few important points about the exposome. These exposures vary by place and individual life history, and they change over time. And they are not randomly assigned. Minoritized groups and individuals with low income or low education are more likely to live in areas that have fewer resources and more hazardous conditions. We're going to need longitudinal studies in diverse samples to understand how the timing, dose, and duration of unique and combined exposures accounts for individual differences and group differences in aging-related outcomes to help us identify these potential targets for intervention. I want to share that the NIA recently funded the Gateway Exposome Coordinating Center that's going to serve as a national centralized hub for accessing, harmonizing, linking, and sharing environmental contextual data and individual level exposure data with researchers who are interested in studying aging and dementia. And we also support numerous longitudinal studies that can be leveraged for this work, including our nationally representative health and retirement study and its international partner studies that are conducted in over 40 countries and represent over 70% of the world's population age 60 plus. These studies capture variation in the social, healthcare, and policy environment to allow for cross-national comparative research on aging. And many of them contain biomarkers. A growing number contain harmonized assessments of cognition and dementia, one key aging outcome. And all of them are coordinated through multiple networks that support this cross-national work. As already noted in today's discussions, aging doesn't begin at 50. The NIA also supports a growing number of longitudinal, demographically diverse educational cohort studies and deeply phenotyped longitudinal studies that span the full life course. Just a few of them are shown here. They have rich assessments of stressors, lifestyle factors, educational and environmental exposures, alongside biomeasures and functional health outcomes. And so they're poised to help us ask these precise questions about when in the life course different exposures and experiences operate to accelerate or slow aging. And we have numerous networks to help support and promote methodological advances in biosocial science to further advance this work. My last slide, I just want to say that, we've heard this echoed throughout the day, that unfortunately the opportunities for optimal health and functioning are not equally distributed in our society. And those preventable and avoidable health disparities that are closely linked to social, economic, and other environmental disadvantage persist, especially in our culture, but in cultures around the world. We've recently argued that an expanded translational geroscience that's informed by behavioral and social science and conducted within a robust health equity framework has the potential for discoveries in this field that can lead to optimal health span for all. This new science would need to expand our focus on the biological manifestations of aging, which are captured in this lower triangle here, to include attention to the fundamental drivers of accelerated aging in the environments in which people live, which is the top triangle shown here, and hopefully shift our focus and how we talk about geroscience to think about the social factors as key intervention targets for slowing aging. And I think that open communication between our fields is going to be necessary, building those transdisciplinary bridges so that we're incorporating both the best measures of biological aging and the social science studies and the best approaches to thinking about social determinants and the more biologically oriented studies, because I don't think we're going to be able to change the conversation until we move forward together. Thank you.
So thank you. Those were both excellent presentations. So I have a question for both of you just to start the conversation. So if you could imagine that you were made the head of a new government agency that was going to be directed at overcoming ageism or combating ageism, and you had an unlimited budget, and you were told the first thing that you should look at is how to set up geroscience so that it can combat ageism, what would be your first priority?
I'm happy to take that. It's sort of a trick question for somebody who works at a government agency that supports geroscience. But I think I sort of answer it the way I'd like to answer it, which is I think one thing that I've really learned is that when you're trying to build transdisciplinary science in the community, which we're constantly trying to do, and is a huge priority for so many NIH initiatives, you have to start at home. And we're all very comfortable in our own silos. And unless we actually get out of those silos or force ourselves to engage with people who are working with different conceptual frameworks, different ways of defining and testing theories and hypotheses, and getting wrapping our heads around how they use terms and what their priorities are, then you don't really make good progress on advancing transdisciplinary science. So I think you start with your team at home. We've been working really closely with some of our colleagues in the Division of Aging Biology to try to do that bridging, because I think the more we are able to learn to speak one another's language, the more we can promote that on the outside. So I think it's maybe you begin with your own staff to make them best outfitted to tackle that kind of challenge.
I think the first thing I would do is, Becca, as you have shown very well, is that a lot of things improve with age. But that doesn't get out there. I think the first thing that I would fund is us figuring out how to use all those things that improve with aging, the wisdom, the problem solving, the better grasp of uncertainty and complexity. Those are things that we need in this world. And why is it that it's not getting the play and understanding? So the first thing I would do is try to figure out whether it's through epidemiologic studies or intervention studies, is just to show those benefits of aging, actually the effects it has on society. That's probably the first thing that I would fund. And after I did that, I wouldn't have to fund anything else. But
Great answers. So I think we can open it up to the audience. I'd love to hear what your thoughts are about this topic.
Okay. Thank you for the speakers and sharing these interesting studies. I actually really like the findings of the study that the belief system affects your health in the long run. And I think that's a very cheap way of achieving healthy longevity. So if I were the head of that government agency, I would fund public campaigns that would change people's beliefs about aging and attitudes. Because the alternative of that, which are innovations, say through drugs and other like devices, they're expensive. Innovations are very expensive to develop, and you also need a very nurturing environment for that innovation to take place. And the US is the most innovative country, and that's because it has that innovation system developed that enables those innovations to take place. That's why I want to follow up with the comment regarding not letting the clinical trials to progress if the sample is not representative enough across economic, socioeconomic, demographic groups. Is there a concern that this kind of policy, let's say by the FDA, this kind of regulation may actually delay innovations or even hinder innovations or decrease the innovations? And if there is a concern like that, then what's the alternative of achieving equity? Thank you.
That's a great question. It depends upon how you define. I mean, we don't innovate for the sake of innovating, right? We innovate for the sake of the benefits it can provide us. So if you have a large group of the population that's not benefiting from an innovation, that doesn't meet, I think, the societal definition of innovation. Number one, and I think number two, if these were mandated, we would figure out how to get people enrolled. I think that'd be a much better job than we have. And frankly, is that what we heard about this morning about which where do you sort of get an innovation that sort of gets people that are at the middle up higher or people lower towards the middle. My guess is that once we really started being more inclusive in our studies, I think we'll see different amount of benefits, and it may be those people who are so underrepresented now will actually benefit the most from some of those innovations. So I wouldn't discard that. And I think in terms of access for things that have already been proven to be better is I think companies are still going to make an awful lot of money, even if they can't sort of charge the exorbitant amount that they do charge that keeps so many people from access. So that is the argument that people will say, well, there won't be the innovations if they can't sort of ignore 90% of the population. But I don't believe that. I think it would still happen. Innovators want to innovate.
Can I ask, and I think my question was a follow-up to that, if that's okay. And so thank you for all of your comments. I had a couple questions and I may reach out to you separately, but I think, Mary, to that point, I think the idea or your suggestion, maybe your pie in the sky idea, and nobody believes it more wholeheartedly in that we should have that representation. But I do become concerned of the complete thought that if it's not representative, then that therapeutic should not be approved. Because I couldn't in good conscience, for instance, tell my father, who's a type 2 diabetic, not to take insulin because it wasn't tested on Black people. I cannot in good conscience tell other individuals in my family not to do that because it wasn't tested in somebody that looked like them. There was target engagement, there was a response, and the outcome was met. And I trust that. Which is what I think the trial is intended to do. Now, I highly agree that we need more studies. We need more longitudinal studies that are population focused, where we're actually looking at what makes the individuals respond differently so that we can supplement the information that we have. We need more tools. Until recently, we had even less representation because we didn't have plasma markers, and most people are not willing to even engage with a trial that requires them to sit in a PET scanner. For numerous reasons. There's a lot of education that I believe that needs to happen. And I very much believe I'm a lifestyle intervention trainee, so I came through that pipeline. I highly believe in lifestyle interventions, but I also think that they are risk reducing and not disease modifying. And I think we have to be able to separate the two so that we're not limiting the potential for therapeutic benefit in individuals that are so far along in the accumulation stage compared to individuals that are in the right window of time that could benefit from something that's more behavioral. But also, we have had social and behavioral interventions, and this is where I would love your reaction. Why have they not taken off as they should have prior to Leqembi, prior to Kisunla, prior to all of these, despite the fact that they've been available and the research has been there?
Yeah. So I don't necessarily agree. I'm sort of said something meant to be particularly provocative. I do think there are studies where we can generalize to people who are not have not been in the studies. As a geriatrician, unfortunately, I see all the downsides. We all identify, and insulin was obviously an obvious one. People died. I mean, that was you knew you didn't need clinical trials for insulin. So I don't yeah, absolutely. I appreciate it. I appreciate that. So I also see the downside to people being given treatments that were not tested, particularly as a geriatrician. And I just finished two weeks in the hospital where people were coming in with 20 medications, and everybody is now getting prescribed the GLP-1. And we just don't know, and there are harms. So I wouldn't assume that everything is beneficial. Yeah, that's number one. And number two, in terms of the social interventions, probably two reasons. Number one, you don't get paid for them. I mean, how much do the drug companies get for Ozempic? How much do I get when I prescribe somebody to do balance exercise to prevent falls? I mean, that is such a disparity. I don't think we've given social interventions the opportunity. A social intervention today is housing, right? We learned yesterday, and the thing a couple of days ago, is that the median age of homeless people is 50 years old. So do we give them Ozempic or do we give them a house? So I think we have to really, if we really have a lifetime of offering, and I'm talking about starting with age, if we really get people educated, really have good education in this country, there's a great disparity in education. So I think if we put as much resources into the social interventions as we do in that 10% of the healthcare, then we can have a real discussion about the social versus the other interventions.
Yeah, if I could just add to that, I think that when you think about the opportunities to engage in some of those behavioral interventions, we're putting a lot of the responsibility on the individual and not really paying as much attention to these other sectors and societal factors that may shape the opportunity. You know, does your work actually allow you to have time to do these various behavioral interventions that you need to do? What's the transportation capability in your environment? So there's, you know, and we tend to look at these things from, well, what does the medical system have to offer us, and from that vantage point, but I think we need to look at it from a cross-sector perspective.
So I wanted to add one other comment, maybe to throw back a challenge. Each of you spoke to the opportunity and perhaps the necessity to look at the upsides of aging that we're now learning about scientifically. But the sciences in each of those areas are pretty young, pretty ill-developed. And I'm cognizant that what gets measured gets done. And we need, if we want to change the narrative, we need to actually invest in the sciences of the upsides of aging. We need to know how to measure everything from health span to health to the capabilities associated with aging, to what the societal impact of those could be individually or in the aggregate, to how, to understanding what are the different factors that optimize them, and what the optimizing combination of factors could be, and so on and so on and so on. Unless we intentionally invest at the NIA level or wherever in actually setting out the agenda to build those sciences, the narrative's not going to change. And I think it's absolutely critical to put forward that there is a science of these optimistic dimensions which we need to understand and use and set as a goal. The history of medicine, the history of public health science is about disease. If we're going to change the narrative around aging, we need to build the science and the understanding of what these upside measures are, and then how to get there.
If I could take that first. I pay a lot of attention to conversations around NIH, around topics like resilience, positive health, positive psychobiology, a particular area of interest. I think it was maybe the last iteration of the NIH-wide strategic plan had the words resilience in it for the first time in 2 places. I thought, you know, did a little internal hooray. And I think it's permeated all of the disciplines now and many of the institutes. I think that's a positive turn in the right direction. But I also agree with you that sort of the study of positive health states and the positive psychological states and optimal states of being that we consider equated with health is in its infancy. I was just at a wonderful, very small workshop of people thinking about how do we measure sort of the biology of positive states, and you know, everything from thinking about energy to the biology that underlies our positive social relationships and connections that sort of constitute what it is to be human and that sort of thing. I think there's a lot of interest there, and many people interested in changing that conversation. So I think at NIA and the Child Health Institute and the Complementary and Integrative Health Institute, there are many people that are interested in that, and we're happy to be champions for, and encourage people to now, you know, come to us with innovative ideas about how to include those types of variables. I think it's related to something that was said earlier today about measuring the, or maybe you said it, Mary, measuring the outcomes that matter to people, right? These are the things that matter. What is it like to be alive and to be thriving in this life?
Thank you very much. We are very excited to have our final panel discussion on meaningful geroscience outcomes for society. And this session will be moderated by Meena Seshamani, who is a surgeon, health economist, deputy administrator of the Center for Medicare, who will be leading this conversation. And we are all very excited. So thank you very much. Meena? Oh, we will also, in prior conversations, decide just to use our first names for this conversation.
Great. Well, it's really wonderful to be here with all of you, and especially to be with this esteemed panel. As Erwin mentioned, I'm Meena Seshamani. I'm the Deputy Administrator for the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, and I'm the Director for the Center for Medicare. And it is my pleasure to welcome you to this last panel of the day. I have heard that the day has been so good, so pressure is on all of you to deliver here, meaningful geroscience outcomes for society. So we will aim in this session to identify the primary objectives of geroscience as well as desired outcomes from the individual to the population level. And so we'll explore how we might define success for geroscience and geroscience interventions. As you know, there's a significant body of research that's growing in this field, with more funding coming in from public, philanthropic, and private sources. So as the research advances, it's important for us to ask, what are the ultimate goals of geroscience when it comes to actually improving people's lives? And I'll say this is something that is a question that's very important to me as I've been leading the Medicare program over the past 4 years, having taken care of older patients, really thinking about how the healthcare system cannot just treat disease, but actually care for people. And I think that geroscience can play a huge role in that. So several years down the line, if scientists are able to develop therapeutics that can slow, stop, or even reverse the biological aging process, how would we know that they work? What are the outcomes that we would expect or hope to see? And what are the potential costs, benefits of geroscience to the healthcare system? So to help us explore these and related questions, we have this panel of distinguished leaders who will share their expertise and experience. So first, we'll hear from Stephen Krzyzewski, who's the professor of gerontology and geriatric medicine at Wake Forest University. He will speak to his own geroscience research, including some fascinating conceptual work and qualitative research with older adults on what they think about slowing aging and development of a drug to do so. Next, we'll have Nir Barzilai, who's professor of medicine and genetics at Albert Einstein. He will speak on the clinical outcomes that we might expect from geroscience interventions. And then we'll have Raymond Jetson, who is president of Aging While Black, who will discuss his personal experience as it relates to aging and geroscience, as well as the work he and others are doing to transform the experiences of aging while Black in America as it relates to some of the discussions today. So just some housekeeping items. The speakers will each deliver remarks for about 10 minutes. Then I'll facilitate a discussion to dig a bit deeper based on what they say. And then we'll open the floor for Q&A. So get your questions ready. And for those of you who are online, please feel free to submit your written questions, and we'll do our best to address as many as possible within the time that we have. So with that, I will turn it over to our first speaker. Steve, the floor is yours.
Wonderful. Thank you. It's been an amazing day. I'm really pleased to be here. About a decade, Nir wrote me into this errand to try to field a clinical trial of an intervention to actually address the aging process. We called it the TAME trial, and he may tell you more about it. During this period, we're trying to envision what the outcome should be, and sort of following along some of the remarks that Mary has made, we decided we probably should ask older people what they might want. So in this spirit, we obtained some support from Amherst to do a series of focus groups on this issue in older community dwelling adults. So we conducted, this was last summer and last fall, 3 focus groups with 26 older adults who are community advisors to one of 2 Pepper centers or former study participants to explore their perceptions of aging and a hypothetical age-slowing drug. So we asked them generally about their concerns about aging, what they would expect or desired benefits from an age-slowing drug, and then considerations for drug trial participation. Would they want to be in this study? Would they want to take something like this if it were available to them? So the first series of questions were about concerns about aging and what does slows aging mean to the participants. And it's quite interesting. We had 2 main threads of thought. Many said it was living longer or maintaining what you have, but there was a substantial number of focus group members who thought it meant feeling younger right away. So when you hear about it, so the question specifically was, what does, if you heard that a drug slows aging, what you would expect it to do? And so there is this, these 2 threads of thought about it, and it's important to know that if you're trying to offer something to someone and their expectations are very different than what you think you're delivering, then that's helpful to know. Many envision slower decline in bodily functions or improved health, while others anticipated maintained current well-being. And there's a quote from one of our focus group members, it's elongated quality. So that's the term that participant came up with. The aging concerns that were expressed by the panel are very similar to that that's come out of other qualitative research. The number 1 issue is dementia. That's the thing older adults fear most. Loss of independence, second, loss of physical ability and function. And I would say, and also in reference to earlier remarks, these are important because they allow appropriate social interaction and functioning and high quality of life and interacting with others. So financial and social concerns also came up among the aging concerns. So the desired benefits of a hypothetical drug that slows aging map very, very closely to the concerns about aging. Maintaining cognitive function. Some said if they could maintain cognition, that would be great. Others wanted for it to improve. Balance and strength. Then life extension, a number thought that was a potential benefit, and mostly it was not life extension for its own sake, but life extension for the purposes of quality interactions with people that they loved and people in their community. Something that was a kind of a surprise to us was a concern about wanting more energy and vitality now, so less fatigue, more you might say get up and go. Again, not in its own sake, but in service of doing things that people really want to do with their lives. And then some about maintaining organs and systems health, and then finally, social interactions and time with family. So not tremendously surprising, but quite consistent across the groups. So then we asked so the setup of this part was there is a drug that's been tested in animals. It works great, very safe. It's gone through preliminary testing. So basically, without saying it's been through phase 1, the preclinical and phase 1, is this something that you would participate in as a potential trial? And we got very mixed feedback. I think it's not surprising. Some people said, well, that's the only way you're going to know it's going to work. Somebody else is going to have to step up. And then others thought they really didn't want to. It wouldn't be them. They just aren't that comfortable about it. We also asked, though, some about would they tolerate minor side effects if that were a part of it. And some of the drugs that are under consideration for these kinds of trials often have mild side effects that are of short duration. And those people who had an opinion all said, yeah, that'd be okay. I wouldn't mind that. So that isn't a major dissuasion to those participants. So now we've approved the drug. Somebody's approved the drug for something. Would you take this drug? So the participants shared a number of specific concerns, such as financial cost, if it cost a lot, timing, how long would they have to be on the drug, how frequent would they have to take it, potential side effects, and other considerations. But many were interested in such a drug. We asked this specific question: would you take this drug if it made you feel 1 or 2 years younger? And most people did not rise to that. But then after we got that answer, how about if it made you feel 5 years younger? And that there's something in between 1 and 2 years and 5 that changed perception. And the 5 year was very attractive to many participants, where perhaps they wouldn't know what 1 year younger felt, but they sort of felt 5 years. So I want to read this last quote. I would take it because I'd like to be around a little longer, spend time with my husband and granddaughter. That would mean a lot to me to do it for 5 more years. And I've emphasized that 5 more years because I think there is a disconnect between how well we think these drugs are going to work and how the perception of participants when entering a study on how powerful they might be. So these focus groups were done as part of a larger project where we also got expert perspectives. So these are geriatricians, clinical trialists, biostatisticians, and others involved in designing clinical trials in aging. And it's interesting to compare the views of the community members versus the experts. So the experts were asked the question, we have a drug in animal models that extends lifespan, it's safe. What would you expect the outcome of the clinical trial, the Geroscience clinical trial, to be? And there were a lot of discussion about this. So for the community perspective, dementia was a top concern. For the expert perspective, cognitive decline was among a series of elements that they thought would be appropriate as a clinical trial endpoint component. Physical function, highly salient in the context of preserved independence. Also, expert perspective mirrored that pretty closely. Mobility was the most frequently measured component of a primary trial endpoint. Mortality, there's some expectation based on perhaps the presentation of the problem of a longer life. For a clinical trial, the experts weren't as high on it as the community members were, I think, because they know how hard it is to design trials with total mortality as a primary endpoint. Feeling younger, many of the community members expected this. Expert perspective, they saw maintenance and slower decline as more likely as the endpoint of a trial. Specific diseases were rarely mentioned by community members. Slowing rates of age-related disease was very much on the mind of our experts. And then expectations for extra life or health span, substantial, whatever that means, but years. And while we did not specifically discuss this with their experts, we know that clinical trials are usually powered for about 20% reduction in event rates. To get a 5-year extension, it might be an 80% reduction. I'm just guessing. I'm not entirely, hadn't done that math yet. So there is a mismatch in expectations. I wanted to say this is one use case. This is a therapeutic to prevent the onset of age-related disease and health conditions, but there are many other use cases. Resilience to infection, surgery, and fraction, fracture, we already know metformin. For example, people who were on metformin when they got COVID were less likely to die from COVID-19 than other people with diabetes on other therapies. Response to health extending therapies. Some evidence that rapamycin, for example, may improve the response to vaccine. Iatrogenic aging acceleration. We've already heard from Nir about the cancer treatment accelerates the aging process, especially in kids who are treated for cancer. That is a use case that the cost benefits may change a lot. And then there are specific diseases associated with premature aging, HIV, AIDS, and trisomy 21. Also, different use cases might have gotten different answers if we had done focus groups around those use cases as opposed to the prevention case that we discussed. So the main takeaways, there was definitely interest around the possibility of gerotherapeutics, and apologies to Mary Tinetti for using the word. Aging concerns revolved around independence, dementia, and quality of life. Drug expectations are that it prolongs independence, life, and prevents dementia. Many participants thought such a drug would help someone feel younger right away, and the size of expected benefit is large by the standard of normal clinical science. So, thank you.
So first of all, thank you for the organizers. This is such a great thing to do, that just bring people together that are looking, under different lamps, really. And I'll tell you, I'm the president of the Academy. I'm the president of the Geroscientists, but we call ourselves the Academy for Health and Lifespan Research. So, and for most of them, this discussion would not be really relevant if they do mice or nematodes or flies, okay? But this is such an important discussion for us. But I'll tell you that as the president of the Academy, my obvious role is to say how exciting the field has become and how evolving it is and how it's becoming relevant to everyone. On the other hand, my major time is dealing with a lot of noise that's going out there. Lots of people who think they found the fountain of youth and lots of claims that are unsubstantiated. So we see crazy on the other side, and I think somewhat you see us as crazy ourselves, and we're trying just to be as honest as we can. So I was going to give the talk right in the morning, so I'm going to skip, but just to make points that you heard, and the fact that aging as biology is clear to anyone. We know who's young and who's old. I think what we know better is also that you look at the people, you go to your class reunion and you see some people age faster and some slower, right? So there's a biological age differently. I have to say that I have many friends here, they all look younger than their age. I don't know about the rest of you. But I think the major point is that aging drives diseases. Okay? And this is important because that's the prevention part. If we really want to have an impact, we have to target the aging before it causes diseases. And this is the mindset that is hardest to drive. I have Alzheimer's there because you can have ApoE4 genotype. And if it's homozygous, you're likely to get Alzheimer's when you're 60 or 70 and die when you're 80. But you're not demented when you're born, when you're 10 years old, when you're 20 years old, when you're 50 years old, right? It needs the biology of aging to come out, and I can say it about every other disease here. And of course, the fact that we've been targeting aging in many ways, in many labs, in many forms, and understand a lot about this biology of aging. And really, our revolution as geroscientists is that we want to spend more time on our health rather than spending time treating diseases. And this is kind of the revolution that we have to think about. Now, I'm going to make the provocation now around what happened when somebody comes to you and say, I want to target my aging. I wrote to you, Gerotherapy. I want to embrace my aging. How about that? I want to embrace my aging. And this is something that happens a lot. There are longevity doctors. There are longevity clinics that are popping up all over the world. There are longevity clinics in public hospitals. So there are places where longevity clinics are available for public, like in Singapore, in Israel, in the Mayo Clinic in Florida. And I'll tell you that everybody in those clinics will start by, you have to maximize your exercise, your diet, sleep, social connectivity, okay? We talked about it. So there's, at any age, that's what you tell people to do. A lot of people next go to supplement. And I just want to make the point that we know nothing about supplements. We even don't know if the supplements exist in the box. Their half-life is sometimes incredible, okay? But more important, we don't know, not only we don't know about supplements from clinical studies, but people are taking supplements, multi-supplements, and they think that they're additive, but no, some of them are antagonistic. It's interesting that not long ago there was one of the JAMA papers followed 7 million people over 12 years and showed that the people who had multivitamins had 4% increased mortality. Now, it's surprising because people who take multivitamins usually also exercise and diet, okay? And still there was a significant signal, okay? So what I want to propose is maybe there are FDA-approved drugs, FDA drugs that were approved not for aging. There's no such approval yet, but FDA-approved drug that happens to also target aging, and maybe we can start using them. And what are they and what we do it? The advantage of doing FDA-approved drugs is that I think it's important for us to start targeting aging or embracing aging with MDs involved, okay, rather than people giving you advices or supplements. But the advantage of FDA-approved drugs that there is safety already about it. There is efficacy. There's years of data and accumulation of data. Now, every one of FDA drugs potentially saves 100 and kills 3. Okay, and this is going to be true for aging too. But we need to be better at who are the hundreds we should treat and who are the 3 that we'll avoid. And I think we can make personalized progress on that. Okay, so how can we assess an FDA-approved drug from an aging perspective? Well, in preclinical model, okay, we want to show that it targets the hallmarks of aging. One of the interesting things about the hallmarks of aging, they're interconnected. Okay, you can target one of them and your animals will be healthier and live longer, and you affect all the other hallmarks. This is something that's really important. And most of the drugs I'm going to show you now, they target a lot of the hallmarks of aging. So that's why, for example, if you treat metabolism, one of the hallmarks, you're going to have also improving immunity. Just like what we heard a minute ago, that in clinical studies during COVID, if you take metformin, that really kind of was there to lower glucose, no, you have 50% less hospitalization, death, and long COVID. The second part is in clinical study. In preclinical study, you want to show that if you give it to animals, they live healthier and they live longer. This is a case of caloric-restricted animal. It's probably in relationship to what I'm going to show you with GLP-1 inhibitors. But more important is the clinical studies. So you want to show in a short period of time, within a couple of years or up to 5 years, that while the drug is given to one disease, it actually prevents other diseases, okay, because that's aging. You also want to show that this drug that was given for one disease actually decreased overall mortality, not disease-specific mortality, okay? So the question, and you have to do it by more than 20%, right? So we, a group of MDs and geroscientists have come up with this score of 12 points. And we took FDA-approved drugs that were given to animals and showed to increase lifespan, okay? And here they are, okay? But 4 of them Oh, they didn't come up. It didn't come up. But I'll tell you which are the four. Metformin, on the pink, metformin, SGLT2 inhibitor, biphosphonates, and GLP-1 receptor agonists were all not only set the preclinical, but also the clinical points. So they got 11 and 12 points each. Rapamycin is the next one, and we didn't put rapamycin because actually there's not enough data, convincing data on that, okay? So we didn't want to include this as the analysis. But again, I want to make the point that 4 of those drugs were given in COVID, and all of them showed to decrease hospitalization and death in COVID. Okay, metformin is the more pronounced here. Again, because, and it's very important for what I'm going to tell you, because it's about the whole body, okay? It's not about the effect of a specific drug or a specific disease. It's the immune system, it's all the systems. So this is, for example, a drug, and on the top right, I'm just going to say it and not show you, but you give it to animals and they live longer. Okay, that's the Geroscience part. But this is results of clinical studies. Okay, and the outcomes that on the right, upper right, is renal and cardiovascular disease on the left, and overall mortality are all decreased between 30 and 40% in how much? 32 months of therapy. Okay, 32 months of therapy, and those are 4,000 people in these studies. I'm going now really fast to show you one snip from each study, and each study is its own, right? It's different population, different everything, but I want to just show you the concept and how much data that we have. SGLT2 decreased cardiovascular and renal outcomes by 28%. Metformin with heart failure, 30%. That's from you guys, right? No? Biphosphonate, now that's not a clinical study, okay? That's not a clinical study, but decreased cardiovascular event by 33%, and the GLP-1, you know about many outcomes, cardiovascular, but also renal outcomes decreased by 22%. So you see in each study, not long studies, none of them is over 5-year studies, there's huge effects on multimorbidities. They're giving for one disease and they prevent variety of others. And it's the same for mortality. SGLT2 decrease any cause of mortality by 32%, and not in diabetics, in non-diabetics. Metformin decreased mortality in diabetes with atherosclerosis by 24%. Biphosphonate decrease mortality, not a clinical study, in ICU by 50%. And GLP-1 decreased mortality, but depends on which subject, by 50% in a clinical study. Now, let me make a point about those GLP-1. And I'm an endocrinologist. I've been using those drugs for many years. Okay, not me, in my patients. And last month I had a woman who's 75 years old, obese with diabetes, and we gave her Ozempic. And 3 months later, she lost 50 pounds and she lost her diabetes. Okay, but she couldn't get up of her chair because of every gram that she loses every gram of weight, half is muscle and half is fat. So you have to use those drugs right, and you have to have people who will exercise in order to prevent the decline in muscle. So 50 pounds was not enough because the muscle that she lost was more, right, than she could stand. So yes, every one of those drugs has a problem, but still these drugs decrease mortality by 50%, okay? Listen, it's legal to repurpose a drug. Every doctor can repurpose a drug. Metformin was repurposed first against obesity. It's clearly not the best drug, but you're likely to lose 5-10 pounds on metformin. It's the major choice for PCOS, for prediabetes, and now for COVID-19. It was this last summer in New York, COVID-19 was the major indication for metformin. So people can repurpose the drugs, and why not repurpose it for aging? And the question is, how do we purpose the drug? And this is something that we're developing now into a major paper, because our initial thought was, it's not for everyone at every age. Let's look at it as a secondary prevention. They already have something, okay? They already have something. They also already come and say, something is wrong with me, okay? And then we're looking at those studies of the 4 drugs, and we're looking at what are the considerations, how do we choose which drug to which person, basically? And we're filling up this table, and you see that cardiovascular disease is prevented by all of them, okay? But there are niches there that maybe you choose one drug over the others, and that's how you'll get in. But the point is, this is an evolvement. The data of multiple clinical trials are there. And I think it's time for us to talk about it. It's time to educate physicians, because you educate them about geroscience too, or about embracing aging. And we could really make better. I think the social implication, I already said it's not only for older adult, and I just want to mention the longevity dividend, because we have a friend from England, Andrew Scott, who, so the CDC shows us, for example, in centenarians, I'm wrapping up, shows that in centenarians that the medical cost in the last 2 years of centenarians is third of those who die at 70. Okay, and it's in my study too. I have a centenarian study. It's also the same, and so then we started to talk about longevity dividend. It's something that Jay really led, but Andrew Scott is saying you're crazy. I said why? He said because you're saying the patient is not in the hospital, but if he's not in the hospital, what is he doing? He's traveling, he's shopping, he's buying things. 40% of the economy is in the hands of those people. So the economical value of doing what we do is really much greater than just we prevent them from going to hospital. So in addition to the rest of the discussion today, thank you very much, and consider that too.
So I am truly thankful for the opportunity to share with you. I shared with Deb earlier just a sincere thank you, and for the NAM team for just this really rich conversation that has informed my thinking in so many ways. My perspective, my conversation with you will be fundamentally different than everyone that has happened with you before, because I bring a totally different perspective in the conversation that I'd like to share with you. And I'd like to focus on this notion of a radical reimagination of geroscience. And I think that has been the conversation that has been happening in one way or another here. I fell in love while doing some research with this concept of radical reimagination. Dr. Tanisha Hill Jarrett created this framework that says that radical reimagination is an actual framework for change, that it has 3 critical elements to it. First of all is the ability to imagine alternative futures. And I think that is at the heart of so many of the conversations that have happened today. What are the alternative futures that can be imagined? It also requires fostering a radical hope. One of the things that I notice is that people are often quick to say, why not? Rather than how can we truly have a shared hope that something can be fundamentally different. But then the last element of this radical reimagination framework is building collective courage. to actually agree to act and to take actions that might otherwise not happen. I lead a movement that is called Aging While Black. The two people on this photo, this is January 9th, 1984. It is the day that the gentleman in the picture, my father, was sworn in as a member of the Louisiana legislature. He's 55 years old in this picture. The woman sitting next to him is my mother. She was 50 on that day. 137 days later, my father was dead from leukemia. 40 years later, my mom lives still in the family home at 91, ambulating on a walker based upon a stroke and falling and damaging all parts of her life. She is in what I describe as the sweet spot for services to support her. As a retired school teacher, she makes too much money to qualify for public support, but not enough to purchase the services that she needs to live comfortably in her home. She lives in a house that in 1967 was the pride and joy, was on a street filled with neighbors who had children and just a robust community. It's not that now. Based upon years of public neglect and changing demographics, oddly enough, almost 50 years later, the house actually has a value that is very similar to what it was when they purchased it in 1967. The photographer who took this picture was 28 years old and who would 212 days later be elected to fulfill his father's term in the Louisiana House of Representatives, and now stands before you today as a 68-year-old father of a 34-year-old daughter who was born with developmental disabilities and who 2.5 years ago was diagnosed with multiple myeloma. And so these conversations for me are not about theory and about research. They are my everyday lived experience. I cannot help but wonder the effects of weathering on my father, who at 50 years old, 55 years old in this picture, had spent 26 years of his life as a meat cutter, working in and out of cold and hot. He was an independent contractor because he quickly realized that he could make more money cutting meat by the pound rather than getting a weekly or monthly salary. But that also meant that he had no health insurance. And my mother's health insurance, when she got it, because when she started as a teacher, she could not get a job in the segregated school system of the East Baton Rouge Parish in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. So she had to drive to Mississippi to teach school. And so she didn't, when she got health insurance, it was about making certain that her child was well and that she got the care that she did. I cannot help but wonder the years of inadequate health care and lack of access, the impact that it had on the aging realities associated with my father's life. I can't help but imagine the impact of high effort coping on my mother as she navigated having to show up in a school system that initially did not want her, but then required that she be better than anybody else every day that she showed up for work. And when the school systems were integrated moved her from the school that she had invested many years in children's lives and moved her to a strange environment and expected her to excel. The constant stress, spending 40 years as a widow, living in a neighborhood that is consistently declining, I cannot help but wonder the very real impacts of these conditions upon my father's life and my mother's way of living. And so I think where we are, dear friends, is a moment where promise meets reality. And I've enjoyed all of the important conversations about the potential of geroscience and its amazing potential to extend lifespans, reduce the burden of chronic disease, and transform aging into a period of health and productivity. It gives me hope, and it is exciting. But it is part of my job as your final speaker for today to share with you that there is a profound conflict with reality that must be addressed and must be recognized. I would argue that it is impossible to address aging without integrating equity in its very core. It can't be an ancillary conversation. It can't be a peripheral. These systemic barriers of racism, healthcare, social determinants of health, challenges around adherence, cost, cultural disconnect, lack of trust, all of these are factors that I not only see on a daily basis, but as I travel this country, engaging people around the complexity of Black aging in America and the profound disparities that are found at that intersection. And the realities that it was 4 decades ago when the term triple jeopardy was brought into the lexicon to talk about this perilous place of being old, female, and Black in America. The outcomes of that construct are absolutely unbelievable. And so I would suggest to you that part of the work here is redefining what success really is and moving beyond biomarkers and disease reduction and wrestling with how do you begin to look at quality of life, equitable access, and community-level impact, metrics to give attention to both the biological and systemic issues that drive the realities that people experience on a daily basis. I cannot help but wonder if my father, who died at 55, and my mother, who endures a challenging life at 91, could access the potential of geroscience, would it have changed their trajectories? Or would the systemic inequities have kept them from benefiting at all? And so in order to fulfill its promise, geroscience must address the lived experience of those who are aging in minority communities, and my priority, Black communities. A dear friend of mine says all of the time, the most important thing is to keep the main thing the main thing. Keep the main thing the main thing. It's very easy to get distracted by other things. For me, I think that there has been a great deal of energy and effort that has been focused around the science and the aging and the potential. I would suggest to you, dear friend, that the main thing that must be addressed is the systemic societal conditions that are the incubator. They are the petri dish in which your work happens. And so it is imperative that we recognize I would argue that these determinants that have been talked about in a number of ways have shaped every aspect of my parents' life, from my father's death to my mother's current reality. It's not just an ethical imperative. It's a scientific necessity if geroscience is to truly succeed. And so how do we reimagine aging to go beyond biology and address the social and environmental factors? How do we integrate the biological clock with the social clock? And how do we address the unique cultural, social, and environmental realities that people are facing, particularly as they age while Black in America? And so the challenge is meeting this moment. The question is not whether we have the tools to extend healthy lifespans. The question, in my opinion, is whether we will have the will to extend them equitably. How do we ensure accessibility and affordability for marginalized communities who are most impacted by these disparities? For many Black elders, the question is not, can I benefit from geroscience? It's, will I have access to its benefits? When interventions prioritize the most vulnerable among us, they strengthen entire communities and reduce systemic burdens. Success will depend upon understanding and honoring the cultural narratives about aging, health, and resilience. Systemic integration of whatever benefits and learning is critical because innovation without integration has the profound risk of leaving behind huge populations of people. It's not just about extending years. The question becomes, how equitably are those years distributed? And so this radical reimagination, geroscience holds the transformative power to redefine what it means to age. Yet its promise will remain incomplete if it does not prioritize those who age fastest and die youngest. This is not simply a scientific opportunity. It is, in fact, in my opinion, a moral test. How do we move beyond extending lives to also expanding equity? How do we reimagine aging to where it has a future where health, dignity, longevity are accessible to every person, regardless of their race, income, or zip code? Science alone cannot eliminate disparities. And so that is not the challenge that I place at your feet. But I would share that science acting alone can certainly deepen the disparities that people face. My hope is that this wonderful, rich, layered, and nuanced discussion that has taken place in this room today will actually serve as the catalyst for a radical reimagination of geroscience. Thank you for the opportunity.
Well, a huge thank you to all three of our speakers for very thought-provoking conversation. So I know we have limited time, so I'm going to take moderator's prerogative to start off the questions. And I want to pick up on what Raymond talked about, because I think, Steve and Nir, your presentations were very much focused on, kind of for Nir, the biometrics around around longevity. For Steve, there was about, some of what would be the patient-reported outcomes of interest, and diving a little bit more into the connection between aging with equity, where we know that disparities, as Raymond so eloquently and powerfully described, that lifespan and healthy lifespan are tied to social determinants of health, racism, poverty, other disparities. How are you, as researchers, geroscientist researchers, considering that when you think about how geroscientific interventions can be effective? And are there ways that the interventions can be designed in such a way to be able to get at some of those disparities? Whoever wants to take it first.
So let's do a little calculation here. Actually, I did this calculation with Andrew Scott that I mentioned before. He's a professor of economy. And I just want to say up front that the fact that aging is accelerated in certain communities is undoubtedly true, but it's also, it accelerates, right? It accelerates the biology of aging. So what I'm saying is that actually the treatment that we have from a medical point of view is good for everyone. Okay, so metformin is a drug that is generic and costs maybe $1 a day, okay, and has profound effects. But we really don't want drugs. We want to do exercise, food, right, all the other things. So how much would it take? How much money would it take to vegetables are not affordable, so to bring to pay for vegetables, or to bring fish, but they don't like fish, so that you have to kind of work on having fish. And exercise, they cannot exercise most of the year outside, so you have to build gyms with air condition, or you have to allow them to get a treadmill to home. Right? How much will it cost? And the answer, is $100,000 to $100,000. What I'm saying is that you're absolutely right, but those things are not mutually exclusive. They can be in parallel. You can start taking metformin while it takes you 5 years or 10 years of public campaign and money to change the environment in other places. Okay, that's the point I want to make. I think gerotherapeutics are important, particularly to those people. They should be first. Metformin is also cheap for those people, okay? And yeah, we want to do everything. We want to prevent everything when they're children, but I think that doesn't mean we cannot act now.
Yeah, thanks for that, and agree with Nir. I also have a thought. I've been in conversations, and there's been a thread in this that has troubled me, which is the only problem with poor circumstance of life is the health inequities that it generates. And I worry that geroscience will be seen as a Band-Aid and lessen the impetus to actually solve the fundamental problem. So I think it's a both and, but I would make sure the conversation doesn't diminish the need to address the root causes of disparity, thinking, well, mortality is the same now, so it's bad for a lot of reasons, and the health, accelerated aging is only a piece of that.
I would respectfully offer that there isn't a pill that I can take that will ameliorate the realities that I may be killed by people who are called to serve and protect me every day of my life, or that my neighborhood is in the condition that it is, not because I've not tried to care for my property, but because systems have redlined my community, and those who are in elective office have intentionally neglected my community for decades. And there is no pill that I can take that will ameliorate those realities. And my argument is that it is truly a both and, but it has to truly be a both and. I recently saw, and I'll wrap up on this, a news story in my community where there was a rash of drugstore robberies. And the thing that they stole were the weight loss medicines, because there was a robust black market for them. And so the obese folks in the neighborhood where my mom lives, even if they got a prescription for them, couldn't get them filled. And these are the realities that we need to confront on the front end, and not say we need to keep going and we'll work it in at some point.
Thank you so much. So one more question. I know we're almost at time, but I'm looking and I'm not being told. Okay, I got a thumbs up. Thinking about, taking that thought, that concept about both and to think about the broader implications of geroscience, beyond the impact for an individual, but the impact on society and on the community, thinking about caregiving, thinking about, work, staying in the workplace. Are those things that come into play as you as researchers are, engaging in research and studying outcomes of geroscience? Are those things that are involved in, the determination of what interventions are tested or not?
Geroscience has turned into a bloom of flowers. So I'm not saying every person does everything you just said, but you could tell from this whole discussion, this whole day, that those are shoots that are shooting up all across. And just because the study that we might be planning doesn't address caregiving doesn't mean some other one won't. So I think the field is big enough to embrace all of that. I don't think a single investigator has the breadth to do all of that, but that's why this kind of discussion is so important.
Okay, see, now I'm being told to stop. Okay, I will turn it back to Erwin. And thank you again. Please join me in thanking our speakers.
Thank you, Mina, and thank you to all our speakers for a fantastic conversation. I now turn over to Luigi for the unenviable task of summarizing all the discussions of today in 30 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Erwin. It was clearly a very, very intense day. And, somebody told me a couple of weeks ago the two most powerful words in the dictionary. Do you know which are the two most powerful words in the dictionary? No. It's teach me. Teach me are the two most powerful, and I think I agree with that. And so you taught me a lot today. I'm learning, another perspective, and so I think that this information will percolate in my mind and in the mind of others, and we will have a better understanding of what are the potential of geroscience. This morning, in the introduction of Deborah, I was really impressed by two things that she said, which I thought was very important. And The first, it's my interpretation, maybe you will see this through, my brain, which may not be completely fidelity, but it's time to make sure that geroscience will not affect differentially different groups in society, thereby expanding health disparity. Nobody should be left behind. I think that all the speakers resonated with this type of approach. And the second thing is aging is a natural process. We don't want to create an anti-aging movement, but rather we should allow aging to happen and exploit its full potential. Accomplish this will require a public health perspective and integration of biological science with the social determinant of health. I think that those are also a concept that was around the entire morning and the entire afternoon. And then Victor, say something that I completely agree with. It's just the science of aging is growing. You can discuss that as much as you want, but geroscience is already a reality that is growing everywhere around the world. And so it is important that we create the ground for it to expand properly, increasing its potential and minimize the pitfalls and minimize the possible impact on increasing health disparity. So somebody told me that I have a mind that is too simple, but I like to think very, very linearly. And to me, aging is two things. One is accumulation of damage, the second principle of thermodynamics. Every organism and essence evolve toward confusion and entropy. And then we have this beautiful set of biological mechanisms that correct those errors. In each cell, there are 10,000 mistakes occurring in your DNA, and there is this machinery that is unimaginable, complicated, that repair them. If you don't get repair, you die. So I think that's the power of this machine. Understanding the interaction with what caused damage and how the repair can be enhanced is very important. And one thing that we heard today, at least filtered from my brain, is that the damage does not occur as a fatality. It's affected by many things that happen in life. The social determinant of health affect our rate of aging because they affect our accumulation of damage in our molecules. And then we need to be able to assess them. We need to be able to measure them. And for example, when Liz was talking this morning, I realized that if somebody will tell you that events that are happening in your family in the first 6 months of the first year of life will affect the quality of aging 65 years later, we will not know whether it was true or not. And now we do. We know for sure because we can measure it. And that is one of the power of geroscience. We are able to measure how these components affect our rate of aging and ultimately affect our probability to develop disease. I think that one thing that Linda said this morning really captured my attention. And I want to study this more. But when she said that a 30 years increase in life expectancy in high-income country, 25 come from public health, and only 5 come from better medical care. And that should really make us think, where should we invest if we discover that most of what we gain doesn't come from the traditional medical care? We really need to have a flip of our conceptualization of what health is and what we need to do to improve the health at the population level. And probably why curing disease is important, I think cannot be the only focus that we use. Okay, so let's go for a moment of the idea of population health. So I think that this concept that our increase in longevity that we take for granted is slowing down tremendously, and it's slowing down in the United States more than any other country. Should be a flag for us, to discuss and to do something about. And I don't know how we can do that, but certainly the shift from only looking at the older population study of aging to looking at the life course certainly open a different perspective of our understanding of that. And then maybe it's the only way we can overcome, this slowing down in the longevity of the population. And to me, that is really important, because if you really look at the data, maybe not in my generation, but in the next generation, we are going toward disaster. There is a cliff. At some point, the expansion of morbidity, given the demographic trend, will be so huge that no healthcare system is going to survive. We are going to lose not only universal coverage, we are going to lose Medicare. We are going to lose the ability to cure and the only solution will be that only those 0.1% that can afford to pay for the health care will receive the health care, expanding tremendously our healthcare disparity, our health disparity. Do we really want that? I think that if we don't want that, we need to find a way to slow down aging. I think that Jay showed this morning is so clear that I think that it's very difficult to contest because it's based on real data. And so how do we slow down aging? I think there's a lot we can do now. Certainly, the social disparity is very important. I think that education becomes absolutely fundamental to me. Make people understand that the trajectory of aging is in part your responsibility. In part is something that is imposed to you, but when you're 20, you don't care. You do whatever you want because you don't think that that's going to have any effect in the future. But teaching them, for primary school, that life evolved across the entire step of phases, and that those phases talk one to each other, and they're not becoming old later on, suddenly. And the real problem is that people become old suddenly. When I was a geriatrician, people will come to me and say, "Oh, my husband has a stroke. How is that possible?" And what can we do that? We have not prepared for that. We didn't know that will happen. How that will not happen if 99% of the population develops some sort of disability prior to that? If you don't die of sudden death, you will develop some disability. And yet, everybody seems to be surprised when themselves, their mother, their sister, their brother become disabled. And so acting at the population level is really the only way we can address this problem. I think that we talked the ethical principles of what we do, and I think that really the motivation of this workshop was thinking about, okay, Geroscience is happening and is going to implement it in society and in care. Are we prepared to implement that in a way that is respecting some sort of equity? And I will agree completely that improving health is not going to solve the entire problem. There are a lot of people that are pretty healthy and very miserable because they're poor, because they don't have social support, so improving health will not be 100% of the problem. But I can tell you, it will be a substantial part of the problem. If you could make people healthier and provide them the care they need to maintain their health, it will affect them substantially. I almost finished. I think that we heard this morning about, the clinical trial, and I will add also the development of biomarkers that is such an emerging important part of geroscience that is really targeting, white folks. It's true, it's completely true, it's completely wrong, and unless we correct that, we will keep doing, what we have always done, test drugs or intervention in the people that will eventually not receive it. So we don't know whether this will be effective or not. So expanding that participation is important. So I think that something that we have not talked about enough is enabling. No, we were talking about the design of clinical trial. To me, the concept of enabling people to participate in clinical trial and stretching out the inclusion criteria and not being rigorous in the rigor effect of the clinical trial design, that if you have even one minimal complication or one minimal comorbidity, you're going to be out. In reality, 90% of people that are currently admitted in the hospital or outpatient clinic have a true chronic condition. So those people will be out of the clinical trial because of the comorbidity. How do you do not? It's a problem is that design is wrong. It's not that the people are wrong because they have multimorbidity. Okay, I will want to say one last thing. I think that Michelle said something that I did not know, and thank you so much. That we are geroscientists are guilty of charge because the clinical trial that we are doing on gerotherapeutics now are mostly white people, 90% of those included are white people, and we need to be the first to recognize that this needs to be changed. Okay, I love the idea of involving more people in the working group, more people that come from the community, and Roland really explored this, in detail. And I think that how do we involve more people from the community in what we do? That's something that we need to be taught, because I think that I have a medical training, and nobody told me how to do it. It was in Italy, but I don't think that in the United States is very, very different. Okay, beautiful data from all of us. I think that still a little bit difficult to access them, but hopefully this will improve. And then I wanted to respond to Mary Tinetti, which is not here, unfortunately. I don't believe in words. Words are just tools. I think we can call geroscience. You don't like the word geroscience? I don't care. Frailty, we have done discussion with Linda about frailty for hours and hours and hours. And then what I learned doesn't come from those discussions by looking at the data, looking at the people, looking at what the study are telling us. And I know that is an important concept because of that, not for the discussion that we have. Same thing with geroscience. Geroscience was a name that create a coalescence of people and an enthusiastic participation in the study of aging. That, to me, is a catalyzing, power that cannot be rejected. We may not like the words, but let's change it. And to some extent, I agree. I think, as I said, I think that what we call the mechanism of aging, in reality, the dysfunction of the mechanism of life. So talk about life perspective is probably a better idea. We talk about ageism. That is it's something that I'm very passionate about, and I think that when I met Becca, I didn't believe in what she was telling me. I have to tell you. And then she said, you have data that tell us what are the beliefs of the people when they are 40. And I'm sure that those that had negative belief of aging have bad outcome. And I thought, my God, I'm going to do this analysis, but I don't think it's going to happen. And the data were amazing. We even looked at the autopsy study, and we found that in the autopsy study, the pathology for Alzheimer's disease was worse in the people that had many, many years before a negative view of aging. How would you not believe in that? That means that education and make people understand that aging can have many positive effects, and that older people can be an active part of participation in our society is therapeutic, can have an effect at the public health level. I know that I'm long. I'm sorry, but as I mentioned to you, that really is my passion. Foundational sciences, that's what she talked about. And then the importance of the exposome. I really love the talk of Steve Krzyzewski because it comes back to the idea that what we really want depends on what stage of our life we are. We may think that longevity is not important, but some people that are in their 40s want to live forever. For them, longevity can be very important. And so understanding what is selective and what is the desire of people become extremely important to understand what intervention I think that are going to be valuable. And I always learn something from Nir, and this time I really like the idea of the repurposing drugs, and we're seeing a lot of it. But there is an aspect that I want to outline, which is not repurposing drug, but for example, in medicine, we have today some criteria where you're going to use an anticoagulant in this condition if somebody is 70 or not if somebody is older than 70, for example. Yeah, but we're looking at chronological age. There are people in their 70s, me, that are running 5 miles every morning. And I think that we should really think about biological age to make decisions about what we do in prescription or not. And the second thing is, think about giving a treatment for hypertension. You have an armamentarium of drugs, and then somebody discovered that when you use calcium antagonists to treat hypertension, your aging clocks is accelerating. And this is one study. We have to confirm that. It's not my study, a study that was done in the Nordic country. But that means that now we can try to understand not only the target effect of one drug, but also how it's going to affect the health of an individual. Finally, the passion that Raymond conveyed in his presentation was unbelievable. Thank you very much. You make me very enthusiastic. And the slide that I like about you was science alone cannot eliminate disparity. Science alone can deepen them. And that's why we're here. We're here because as scientists, I wanted to make sure that the result of my research have a positive effect on society. And so we need to prepare for it and anticipate what the effect could be so we can deliver this science and translate this science in the best way for society. Thank you very much for your attention. It's been a wonderful day.
Thank you, all of you, for participating as speakers, as moderators, and everyone in the audience. This is just the beginning. If this is, and we intend to continue this conversation, and from ARP's perspective, this is an important part of how we move forward for aging and for equity. So thank you very much.